sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Smile, running jokes mile after mile. I try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. Trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. She's got that sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Smile, running jokes mile after mile. I try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up. to a show to win. Oh, shut up, lady, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, lady, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine a life without your song. Girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just a show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leaning laughs, guess it's gonna stay our little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leaning laughs, guess it's gonna stay our little secret every day.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate all of you. Good night. I appreciate all of you guys. Listen, a couple things just to get out of the way. My breathing is terrible today. Terrible. And thank God for prednisone, y'all. I got me some, so I'm gonna be higher than a kite here in just a little while. Hopefully my breathing gets better. And so if you hear some wheezing and stuff going on in the background, I'm fine. It's just that I have been having a time of it. The dandelions, you guys, are disgusting. I love them so much. I think they're beautiful, beautiful flowers, plants, herbs, whatever. But man, do they do a number on me. So there's that. Nothing to be concerned of. It's just embarrassing for me. And I'm sorry. I'm doing everything I can so you guys don't have to hear that. It's just gross in the background. All right. So there's that. Number two, this is either late or early for me. I understand that. I was out all day, you guys. I'm just giving you some IRL, my real life. And I was out most of the day today because my two oldest granddaughters had their are having their junior prom, and so I had to go over there so I could take pictures and see my girls and eyeball their dates. No, I like the boys a whole lot. They're good kids. Anyways, so I haven't been online or even looked at YouTube or TV or anything all day. And on the way home, I was sending pictures to friends of my babies. And I noticed that Lizzo had left a message for me that someone supposedly had been detained late last night in the Nancy Guthrie case again for questioning. So I was like, I told BK, I said, I gotta hurry and get me home. I gotta research this. And I went to I went to the court docs to see if anything had been dropped on. Has anybody been arrested yet? Is there anything more? When you're detained and they're just questioning you, there's no paper trail, so I can't see anything there. So nobody has been arrested. This is probably just late news for you guys because I don't know how long it's been going on. Maybe it's been out there all day long. But I too am covering this case. I too care about the Nancy. And it's just something we've done since day one. I never have to be first up to bat. I just want to make sure that the bases are loaded when I come. And then I hit a home run for everybody. That's my agenda. So I don't ever feel like I have to be the first person to break any news. In fact, sometimes I like it when you guys have already heard about it because I know you've done your own, like, looking around and researching and bugabooing, you know what I mean? So you guys have a lot to tell me as well. I always try to run a channel where everybody's voice matters here. You're welcome to say whatever you feel about it, and you don't get blasted here. And the only thing I ask is that we just respect everybody else's opinion, right to have an opinion. You don't have to respect their opinion. You don't have to respect that person. Just respect the fact that they're human beings and they also have the right. You don't have to agree with me at all. Listen, I don't know everything. I'm just like you. I just have a voice out here, and I have an opinion, and that's it. If it's an opinion, I let you know it's an opinion. If it's fact, I'll tell you it's fact. So anyways, I have got so much stuff opened up. Oh, so it's going to take me a minute to figure out where I'm going with this because um, I was super excited about it. So first I had to go and look at what Liza was talking about. Then after that, I had to go and research and see, okay, is this something somebody just put out there as a thought, as a clickbait, as truth, whatever, right? So then I ended up finding something on that too. And then I was like, wait a second, we have to remind ourselves who exactly what names are going to come up in this chat because I know they're coming because I'm going to start with the names. I tell you that right now. Let's take some roll call and then we'll get right into this. Thank you guys so much for being here. Do me a favor, will you hit the thumbs up for me? Double tap your screen. That's all I've ever asked of anybody. And I appreciate just you being here. Come down and have a discussion with us. I love discussions. I love a good debate. Shag is in the house. Hello, my friend. Good to see you. Leanie, I swear it must be who we think it is. I can't wait. What's going on? Who do they have as a suspect or detained? There's no names that have been put out yet, you guys. There's no names, but a area. So that's what I'm going with, is what we know about the area. Sherry from Ohio. Hello, neighbor. I'm right over here in Indiana. We're having the same weather, aren't we? In fact, my boy and my mother-in-law are both moving to Ohio. My mother-in-law is probably moving next month. My son is moving the middle of June. So I spend a lot of time in Ohio. Possum, hello, my friend. I'm betting the sheriff admitted to doing it. Damn it. We could only wish. Debbie, you're in Ohio too. I didn't know that. Well, we're all neighbors. Melly Joe's in the house all the way from Australia. She's on her way to visit her mom, so she'll be in the bushes listening to. Be careful, Melly Joe. Give big hugs to mom for me. Lolly and Pops is here. Good to see you. Why am I not green? I thought I became a member a while ago. Oh, Lolly, where have you been? You haven't been paying attention. Instead of trying to explain it again here, there is a community post on my page about memberships and money. So please check that out. It explains everything right there. But thank you for being a member when you were. I appreciate that. Detour, hello. Doing errands. Thought I'd drop in and say hi. Y'all enjoy your evening. I gave a like. Thank you so much, Detour. I'll miss you. Shag says we're good with you. Don't worry about it. We're worried about it. Thank you so much, Shag. I really do appreciate the support and the friendship. Friendship means the world to me. RC's in the house. Hello, good to see you, love bug. Elizabeth Brown, thank you. I listen. I feel a lot better than I did today. So hopefully by tomorrow I have kicked this ass. You recently went to the moon, and y'all, there's a lot of coughing that comes up with this. It's part of being an asthmatic. If you know, you know. So I'm going to try to catch it and tell you guys, hold on while I cough, because I just think it's gross to have to listen to that too. So I try to catch it before it happens. So like right now, I'm going to have to cough. So hang on. All right. Thank you. RC, I just don't think you went to the moon, but I'm going to, RC, I believe nearly everything you ever tell me, and you know that. We've had a beautiful day in Ohio. I just found you tonight. Well, welcome. I'm so glad you're here. So glad you're here. And let me have it. Tell me what you think about this case. Friend, hello, Peggy. It's good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Listen, guys, why don't we get right down to it, okay? As you guys know, Nancy Grace, I guess, is the one that put it out first. I guess, the OG, y'all, she's my boo thing. Okay? Some people don't like Nancy Grace. I'm telling you right now, Nancy Grace is my boo thing. Okay? And I couldn't stand that woman, y'all. Oh my goodness. I could not stand her years and years ago. I was just like, who the hell does this dumb bitch think she is? Y'all, then I just started paying attention, because It's what I do. And the older I get, the more I'm falling in love with Nancy Grace. And she doesn't even know I'm out here and I'm her. I'm fangirling, y'all. I'm fangirling. She is my boo. All right. And listen, what Nancy says to me is golden, and it might as well just be put in the Bible because listen, homegirl knows what she's talking about. And there's nobody that's got the resources and the sources out there that Nancy Grace has. I'm going to tell you that right now. And she is a badass. Okay. Pink Peony. Hola, mi amiga. She's a badass. She don't take shit off of nobody. It took me many, many years to get to that point in my life. So I appreciate her. And I understand her bad attitude. I carry one of those myself. And I understand like she's just no nonsense. And I'm very much that person. Our matriarch is in the house. She's having a terrible under boob sweat, just under the right one. Well, maybe somebody's coming to visit you or something, Miss Barbara. I love you. Just so you guys know, Miss Barbara has been with me since day one. I don't know about now, but she was the oldest member of this weird group that we have going on here. And she's never left us. She's got the best wisdom. She keeps all of us girls in line that need it. She listens to us. She gives the greatest advice, and she is the matriarch of our channel, and we adore her. And y'all, she puts up with my shit. She tells me if I'm wrong or if I'm right. I love it. Melly Joe also is in chat. She's over there in Australia, y'all. Just so you know, she is the lead mod here. She's also been here since day one. The very first person I ever talked to when I started my channel was Melly Joe. Never left, never left. These people are precious. Hi, Billy. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Sarah, so good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Suspect Detained. Was it the brother-in-law? Listen, Billy. Welcome, love bug. Love the new profile picture. You mean mine? Oh, ever since I've been doing true crime. I love that picture. My Maggie made it for me. Listen, I'm a sleuth, y'all. Anyways, Miss Barbara lives over in Tucson as well. We got boots on the ground over there, y'all. She ain't putting boots on, but if we wanted her to, she might. She may not leave her house, but her boots would be on and they'd be on the ground. Anyways, she's over there in Tucson. She was about 20 minutes from this fiasco that's going on, y'all. Okay, we love us in Miss Barbara. Jennifer, good to see you, love bug. Thank you for coming in. All right, let's get right into this, you guys. I'm guessing Nancy Grace is the person who dropped this bombshell today, right? That's what she calls it, bombshell. All right, so I'm going to play what Nancy Grace has to say. Okay. Maybe clock to all messengers. Lolly says, I don't see Barbara. Did you block me, Barbara? Yeah. Make sure that you're on all messages and not, what is it called, you guys? There's like 3 things up there. It's live messages or all messages, and then, top messages. Oh my God, how many times have I ever been in top messages and just screwed myself up big time? Took me a long time to learn. That's the first thing I should be checking is top messages. But anyways, thank you for that, Billy. Yeah, Lolly, check that at the very top of your screen. It should say that. Make sure you're clicked all messages. All right. So what I'm going to do first is play what everybody's talking about. Okay. Nancy Grace dropped this today while I was out. Hold on. I just got to find out where she's at exactly. No. Possibly, but I don't think so. No. It's got to be over here. It's got to be this one. Yes, that's the one. Okay. In just a second, guys. I've got so many of these open that it's okay. Not that one, 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 not that one. Here it is. Oh, hallelujah, Jesus. All right, so let me share this. I guess this is what came out today, and all of the creators are talking about it now, and everybody's talking about it. So here I am. We're going to talk about it. This was dropped just 3 hours ago. It's from Nancy Grace's crime story with Nancy Grace. Y'all, she's my boo thing. I love her so much. So we are now. There's only a small portion. She covers two different things in this video that she dropped. The first part of it being the Nancy Guthrie part of this, and then the second part is the D4BD guy who was arrested for murder. Okay, so that's a whole different story. We're not going to listen to that because I just don't need all that in my head, and I've got too many tabs open as it is. So we're only going to watch the Nancy Grace beginning of this, where she talks about a suspect last night being detained. Okay, so watch your guys' ears because I can't control your volume. I can only control mine. All right, here we go.
First to Tucson, straight out to crime stories, investigative reporter Dave Mack reports in the late night hours that a person south of Tucson had been detained for questioning. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that the same general area where someone was detained before? Several weeks ago, nearly at the get-go, and everyone was so happy that maybe the case had been resolved, and then it turned out the person was released. In fact, in that case, the SWAT team rolled out for one of the first times since Nancy Guthrie went missing, and they were poised also nearby a hostage negotiator, we were told, but it all fizzled out. What do you know?
Nancy, that is exactly what happened. And it appears that we're right back in that same general area as we had been before. And now we're being led to the trough, you know, a possible suspect. There's
a healthy liver helps your body process food.
All right, Dad, what are you making?
My new go-to morning smoothie.
What's that?
This is the secret ingredient.
possible new information, but Pima County not jumping in, nobody providing us with a lot of information on this, Nancy, other than what we're putting together by saying, hey, they're in the same general area that we've already been once before. And remember, Nancy, you mentioned that was a big undertaking that last time with the SWAT team, a negotiator. They had the law enforcement had a plan that they were putting into action, and it ended up being nothing. Now we're 2 months down the road and a lot more information has come in. We're getting some DNA evidence back and now back in the same place. So we'll have to wait and see what happens next.
Well, the good thing this time to Tammy Ballard joining us, DNA and crime scene consultant, crime scene investigator, reconstructionist, former DNA criminalist for the San Diego Police Department Crime Lab. Tammy, thank you for being with us tonight. Tammy, we also know that contrary to what Nano said at the get-go, in the last weeks, the FBI has confirmed that they obtained DNA from inside Nancy Guthrie's home. Many, including me, believe it was from her bedroom. We are also learning from sources that it is, in fact, a hair. Now, we could do a lot of finger pointing right now about why Nanos' team didn't find it, what a miracle it is that the FBI found it weeks later. Reality, they found it. Now, we understand it's a hair. If that's true, Tammy Ballard, what does that mean? And I also know this, Tammy, that the FBI is testing it at their labs. It has not been sent to the teacher's pet lab that Nanos has had a contract with.
It actually is the greatest time for there to be hair recovered from a scene because the technology right now is on point. In the old days, you had to have that hair, which is also very hard to find. So you have to give the crime scene people some credit because it is that's a difficult evidentiary piece right there. But once it's located, now is one of the best times in the forensics world because you used to have that really great hair root for DNA. And now you have these laboratories across the country that are able to extract a DNA profile from a hair that is not even having that great root material. So what we call rootless hairs.
Joining us is Tammy Ballard, and she is referring to nuclear DNA from a hair, which you get from a root. What she's talking about is a nuclear hair sample where the root is obtained. In the root of your hair, you have your dad's DNA and your mother's DNA, nuclear, like the nuclear family, nuclear DNA. If the root is not still attached to the hair, no problem. We now have mitochondrial DNA, which is only from your mother's side, but it can still be a match. No problem. I'd always rather have nuclear, but if I don't have it, fine. What we have is a hair now being analyzed by the FBI. What exactly, Tammy, is the difference between analyzing, let's just say, blood or sperm, and let's go with the least desirable, mitochondrial DNA from a hair? What's the difference in those two DNA analysis? For those of you just joining us, we hear in the night hours, someone, a male, south of Tucson, detained for questioning, but then everything went radio silent. What happened, if anything? That said, the FBI has let it out that they have DNA and we believe it's a hair. So how is the analysis different, Tammy Ballard, between, let's just go with a mitochondrial hair analysis versus blood or sweat analysis?
I do want to go one step further on the hair technology with respect to rootless hairs. So yes, the ideal is a nice root for nuclear DNA. Then the next step could be mitochondrial DNA, which is on that maternal line. That would be good to compare to everybody that they already have reference samples for, to make sure that it's nobody from Nancy Guthrie's family. But once they do that, if there is sufficient material, they don't just have mitochondrial in their wheelhouse, they can actually sequence it. And that's how they can use that for the genealogy searches. So the technology is advanced beyond.
When you say sequence, you mean, you know what, let me have you explain it. What do you mean by sequence?
The SNP technology, the single nucleotide polymorphism technology that is being utilized for the forensic genetic genealogy testing, that is actually in the wheelhouse for, it's not a lot of laboratories, but some select laboratories that are able to do rootless hairs. So yes, mitochondrial is something that will probably be assessed or possibly be assessed, but there's also this advancement in the technology to be able to utilize sequencing for rootless hairs.
Okay, back to the question, Tammy Ballard. Oh, hold on. Dave Mack, before I get to Tammy Ballard on the difference in the FBI at Quantico analyzing the hair versus sweat or blood that may have been found at the scene. I'm not talking about Nancy Guthrie sweat and blood. I'm talking about the perp sweat and blood, particularly sweat from the bite light onto his hand and then hand onto surfaces in the home. We understand, well, we all saw, Savannah Guthrie introduced Hollywood star Anne Hathaway. They went to a break, and when we came back, no Savannah Guthrie, she was called off the set. Many speculated she got word of a development in the Nancy Guthrie case. Was it to do with the person detained? Was it some other development? She came back. And what that tells me, Dave Mack, is she was not told that Nancy had been found either dead or alive, or she would have left and been on the next plane out to Tucson. So it's not that. But she did leave the set. So that's another factor to throw into what we're already learning about a potential detainee, not arrest, a detainee detained for questioning in the nighttime hours south of Tucson. What can you tell me about that?
Well, Nancy, when you get right down to it, Savannah introduced an upcoming segment with Anne Hathaway. And when viewers came back to the scene, Hoda Kotb was doing the interview. Nothing was said, just Savannah's not there. And, it makes, this from a network level, the preparation that goes into having a segment like that is pretty intense. So for Savannah to be taken away at that moment, not something they would do lightly. It was obviously to get her information because they might have been afraid that this information was going to be leaked, and it could be leaked before they were able to get it to her. So that's what I'm kind of leaning towards. Now, what actually happened with regard to the DNA, the hair, whatever they found, again, investigators being very cagey on what they're telling us. We know that we've got multiple labs involved in bringing back multiple results to the Pima County Sheriff's Department and being able to analyze it with the FBI. So there's a lot of different things coming to play. But what did happen is during the course of the day yesterday, after Savannah walked off the set, we found out that some DNA results have come back and that investigators are looking at this DNA information.
I was treated for my moderate to severe frown lines, crow's feet, and forehead lines.
Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. Please join us.
All right, y'all, let me jump in the chat really, really quick. Hello. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you guys so much. Will you do me a favor? Double tap your screen really fast. Take like a second. Magic's going to happen. I'm going to get a thumbs up that way, or just go find the thumbs up and do that for me. And I appreciate it. That's all I ask. All right. I want to answer some really, really good questions in chat really quick, y'all. I'm writing like nobody's business. I'm writing down all this stuff y'all are saying. I'm writing down all my thoughts from Nancy right now because I'm listening to this just like you guys are. I'm hearing it for the first time just like you guys are. Okay, let's see. It is huge news. All right, so what we know is this. Last night, late last night, Nancy was the first person, Nancy Grace, that I can find is the first person that reported that somebody was detained for questioning last night in the Nancy Guthrie case. Okay, so we had that. Then I hear, I don't know about I heard, and Nancy is the second person I've heard it from just now, said that Savannah Guthrie was on the show today, and I saw it on Facebook because I'm on a Facebook group that is Find Nancy Guthrie or something like that. And I went there today after I had heard about that someone was detained last night because I was online last night. I did a 7-hour live last night. So anyways, I went over there and they said that I just lost my train of thought. That's not what they said though. That Savannah was on the Today Show today. Then all of a sudden she wasn't there anymore. And then she came back. And then, so I'm like looking through the comments, right? Like who's watching this? Because I don't watch the Today Show. I'm like, who's watching this and who knows what, right? Because I want to know too. Y'all want to know. We all want to know. And then when they said she came back, some people were saying, oh, that's not true. Some people said, oh, she didn't come back full time, y'all. She's only there part time. And I think, why would she leave in the middle of the segment? But I don't know TV, y'all. What do I know? I'm just Delaney over here, right? So I put that away, got home, came over here and did some more stuff. And then I heard Nancy Grace just confirm it right there that Savannah Guthrie did leave in part of a segment that they were doing on the Today Show. But that she came back. I am believing now, hearing all that. I mean, it's not like she's got a job working at McDonald's where you can say, excuse me, give me just a second. I'm getting a phone call. Okay, give me just a second. This is important. I got to take this, right? No, she's on national TV, international TV, if you will. And obviously she got, that's my dogs in the background. Sorry. Obviously she got some news about something that's going down. Hey, can we calm down? Y'all, I'm sorry. I'm in my living room and this is my dog's living room as well. And I've been gone all day because they're running amok in the house. Let me give them a treat. Oh, I got their dinner on the back of the stove too. All right, so let me turn this off. All right, I'm cooking them some beef livers to go in their kibble. Anyways, so that just tells me that something happened and she had to take a phone call And I could be wrong, but you guys, like I said, it's international TV, So I'm just wondering, did she get some kind of heads up? Hey, we're doing this, we found this, we found this. And then she goes back to work. It was that important that she had to step away from her job for a minute, right? And what could be more important than what's going on with her mother? I would think if something was wrong with her children, she wouldn't come back. They're right there. She would have went and got her kids, All right, so there's that. Then we find out that the FBI, you guys, remember in the beginning, they said that yes, the DNA from the blood that was on the porch belonged to Nancy. We know that right away. That's Nancy's blood. Okay. Then we got all this other information like back and forth, and the sheriff would tell us something, then he would withdraw it, and then somebody else would run with it. I mean, it was terrible, right? So we heard that there's blood in the house. We heard that the bedroom was bloody. We heard the bedroom wasn't bloody. We heard there's just blood on the inside by the front door, just like it looks like on the outside. And then we heard that the house is immaculate. Nothing was even touched. Nothing was moved. And then we heard that there was a mixture of DNA, but we didn't know what type of DNA. Were they talking about blood mixture together, like two different samples of blood mixed together? Were they talking about saliva? God forbid that they were talking about semen. Were they talking about hair? We didn't know. They didn't put it out to us, right? We just heard they had DNA. And remember, the FBI and Sheriff, I don't know, that's what I call them, were having words about the FBI wanted to send all of the evidence over to Quantico, right? Nanos is saying, no, we already sent some stuff down to Florida, so I want to keep all the evidence together. We're sending all of it down there. You guys remember that? And it was a big like fuss and fiasco and everything else, because all of us that were sitting around this channel were just like, just let the FBI take it to Quantico. Who cares? They've got the best of the best there. Not saying that ortho labs down there in Florida or whatever, like that, they're good at what they do. But listen, if you've got a choice, we're going to use Quantico or we're going to use a private lab. Y'all, I think I'm going with Quantico every day of the week. Okay. All right. So there was a big to-do about that, right? Well, now that we know it's a hair, but it's a rootless hair. So in other words, it could have dropped off of their clothing. It didn't get pulled from the head with the root on the end. Okay. So maybe it dropped off a piece of clothing. Maybe it walked in with the shoes. Who knows? Okay. Nobody knows. They sent it down to the Florida labs. Y'all, the Florida labs couldn't pull anything from it. So the FBI says, we're sending it to Quantico, which tells me that the FBI is becoming more and more and more in charge of this. So I think that's how it went down. I could be wrong about that. It could be that the FBI actually went in and when they did their own sweep of the house and they found the hair themselves. Okay. And I don't want to, hey, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, you guys, but I try to prepare for the worst and hope for the best, meaning that hair could have been anybody's. Imagine when it was found. It wasn't found day one. And even if it was, it could have been, I don't know. Nancy could have brought it in from Tomasco's car or from an Uber car. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know who the hair is. So I'm trying not to put too much stock in it, but also trying to really remain hopeful about it. So there's that. And I just want to put that out. And I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I have to be honest about it. And that's just the way it is. I'm not going to sensationalize it. It is what it is. All right. So I do want to say this. When I went and had to try to figure out, all right, did somebody put this up for clickbait? Is it just because y'all don't know how many times I've clicked on something and it's an automated, I think something great, wonderful is happening, and it's an automated thing that I'm listening to. It's not even a person, and I'm just like, oh my God, how could you put that out? That's not even true. I didn't even know that stuff happens, but it happens, and you guys probably already know that. So I wanted to make sure that wasn't something somebody said and was just running with it. So then I went and I found this, and I'm just going to read it to you really, really fast. I found it quite interesting. I just typed in, did someone in the Nancy Guthrie case get detained? Now, I didn't put in a date there because I wanted to pull up everything that everybody that's been detained. I needed that information for this live. Hey, y'all, I'm so sorry. They'll calm down in a minute. They're my babies, though. Hey. So, anyway, oh my goodness. Hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to tell you really quick what the sheriff said. This does not say that it just, okay, investigation after it gives us the dates of the 11th and the 13th when there was people detained and brought in for questioning, February the 11th and February the 13th. It says the Pima County Sheriff's Department confirmed that the man detained on February. Got that. Here it is. Yes, multiple people were questioned in February 2026 in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. A man identified as Carlos Alfredo Palazuelos was detained and released later. And 37-year-old Luke Daly and his mother were detained during a SWAT operation on February the 13th, with all later released without charges. Now, but it also says, as of mid-April, which is what we're in now, there has been nobody else arrested. I didn't ask if anybody had been arrested. And this isn't telling me about an arrest. You know what I mean? It's all telling me about who has been detained. Being detained and arrested is two different things. So I just thought it was funny that what was put out on the internet said nobody has been arrested up to this date. So I was like, okay. So in my world, I do believe somebody was detained last night. We don't have a name on it yet. It'll get out. I think we kind of know because of the area Nancy Grace is talking about, the Rio Rico area, that who it could be that was detained. And I just honestly believe that it's the FBI and it's not the sheriff's department, because I even went deeper into that to see if the sheriff had released any information on it. And there was a guy on X, and he said that he had gotten in touch. He's the one that the sheriff, when he does, he picks and chooses who he's going to let interview him and stuff. And I guess he had gotten in touch with the sheriff and asked if anybody was detained for questioning last night in the Nancy Guthrie investigation, and he had a one-word response, and all it was nope. Okay. Y'all, I don't believe a damn thing that sheriff has to say. You hear me? If that sheriff comes in my house and I watch him take off his shoes and he walks in my living room and I ask him, did you take off your shoes? And he says, yes, I still ain't going to believe him. I know he's hiding something over there. I don't know what it is, but I don't believe a word out of that man's mouth anymore. I'm sure that there is some truth. There's always some truth in every lie. There really is. That's just honesty. But if I can't determine where the truth is, the whole fucking thing is a lie, if you ask me. And that's where I'm going with it. So I hope I've answered a little bit of y'all's questions. We are going to get back to this. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you so much. Will you just hit the thumbs up for me or double tap your screen. That's all I ever ask. Thank you guys so much. It's so nice that you guys are here. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Miss Barbara says, was it at Brian and somebody he was interviewing saying that Savannah has a code word with her producers, and if they need her to leave the set, they will tell her the code word. I didn't hear that, but that wouldn't surprise me, and that would be really, really smart. Really, really smart. Because then you don't have to make a big deal of it. You don't have to alert the masses. Sharon says, I heard about the SNP technology from CeCe Moore interviews. Very interesting. Oh, she's awesome. She is awesome. Hi, Arvin. Good to see you. Thank you for coming. Fried beef liver. No, I'm not frying it, honey. I'm just boiling it. It grosses me out anyways. I'm just doing it because it's good for them, y'all. It's good for them. So I try to be a good dog mom. That's all. Peggy says they could have been asking her a million things about her mom, except the reward, new development, found Nancy. Who knows what they know? That's right. That's right. Peggy says, Jazz, CeCe sure got a smile on her face today, like she knew something might be coming. Yes, yes. Now I haven't seen it yet. Like I said, I'm watching everything with you guys because I've been busy all day today. And truly, I don't like to say, you guys, I don't have time to do that because we make time for what we want to do, right? So I don't like saying I don't have time to do it because that's just bullshit. If I want to do it, I'm going to make time for it. But seriously, today was one of those days that I can honestly say I didn't have time because the grandkids had come first, y'all, and they look so pretty. Hi, Miss June. Good to see you, love bug. Peggy says porch guy could have taken off his mask. Oh, let's just pray. Let's just, because you know he's got hair everywhere, right? That's a hairy man. She could have grabbed at his mask. Yes. Oh, hey, you know. Nancy deserves the ultimate justice. So innocent, so wrong. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you guys. Sounds like another screw up from what I heard. I heard it was with all the other stuff, but nobody pulled it out. All right, I'm just trying to get through chat, make sure. 8 weeks in. Yep. All right, good to see you. I think I have welcomed everybody. If I haven't welcomed, thank you for being here. Come on down and interact in chat. Interact in chat. All right, let's finish listening to Nancy. This doesn't but just a few more minutes, and then we'll keep going with it. If you have any questions, drop them in chat. Maybe I can get to what I can. And if I don't know, y'all just tell you I don't fucking know. I mean, I don't know leaning.
Focus on crime stories and stream it first on Fox 1. When breaking crime news develops, we investigate it and bring it to you. Bombshell updates, answers to
Question. We don't know for sure what kind of DNA it is. And in the last hours, as we go to air, Tammy Ballard, the Pima County Sheriff, that would be Nanas, puts out the first statement they've put out in weeks and weeks and weeks. It seems like the online sleuths are doing more than the Pima County Sheriffs are doing. But that said, stating that they are cooperating with the FBI. Okay, that's not exactly a bombshell, but could you very simply break it down? If it is a hair, how easy is that to analyze? How long does it take as opposed to analyzing sweat or blood?
Well, the biggest difference is that the hair, if it has a nice big root, that's going to have some DNA, but obviously not as much as something like blood or sweat potentially. So you're really hoping that you probably have like maybe potentially a one-shot deal with a single hair if that's what they have. Blood, saliva, sweat, those are items where you could potentially do more types of testing. You could do the traditional testing and maybe also testing for the SNP technology in genetic genealogy. But with a hair, Usually it's a one-shot deal. It's a little bit more finesse as far as the actual technical side of it when you're extracting the DNA. But once you move forward with that, they would likely be taking that forward for sequencing if they have enough hair sample available.
As we wait for the latest on a possible detainee overnight, we know this: the FBI ramping up advanced DNA testing as mixed genetic samples point to a possible breakthrough in Nancy Guthrie's kidnap case. Now, straight out to the D4VD case.
Walking makes you old. Tai Chi makes you young. Make it a habit.
This Monday, 20th of April, we're starting.
All right, sorry, you guys. I was trying to get the dogs moved outside. Hi, Wild Angel. Good to see you. Peggy says Brian Inton asks all the hard question when he's talking to Cece or Maureen, and they always answer him with hesitation, but they do honestly. Right. One thing I like about them, too, is they're not giving, like, you could tell they know stuff, right? Not, maybe not, like, on the inside of every detail, but they know stuff just from their own investigating, you know what I mean? And it's so nice when you can spot something coming over their face and you're just like, they want to say it, but they're professional women. You know, I think it's awesome. June says there will be an arrest. Someone talked and they're going to find out through the DNA. Someone will get arrested. Okay. So this is what I was thinking when I was listening to the last part of that was, wouldn't it be wonderful if, in fact, everything that's going on with nanos, this week, something is supposed to take place with this coming week. Something is supposed to take place with nanos because remember, in the town, I call it a town hall like meeting where you go there and you try to raise awareness for things or get laws changed or a new law brought in or something like that. And nanos was definitely brought up into that, and they had enough signatures on the petition to actually start an investigation into the fraudulent way he was elected into the sheriff's department. So he had 10 days, working days, from the time that they heard that last week, heard it at the council meeting. They gave him so many questions, and he had 10 working days to submit them back to the council. And then after the council reviews them, then they're going to make a decision whether they are going to just go ahead and let him serve out his term, or if they are going just to let him go and have another sheriff election. So we got some big stuff coming up with nanos right now, right? All right, so there's that. But because of everything that's going on with nanos, I'm wondering if the FBI is able to say, we want all of your test results and we want whatever's left, whatever DNA you have left from doing your test results, and we're taking all of that to Quantico. I think that would be awesome. And the reason is because they told us, and that was another reason why supposedly the FBI and the sheriff's department were butting heads, is because they talked about that mixture of DNA, right? Well, the private lab was having trouble separating them to identify who all was in that DNA mixture, right? And FBI was saying, let us take it to Quantico. We can do that. And Sheriff, I don't know, y'all, I don't even need to tell you. He's got so much ego. Listen, there's nobody he likes looking at more than what he sees in that mirror. I'm telling you that right now. Hi, Don McWhorter. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. And I saw somebody else. If I haven't said hi to you, welcome. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Come on down, have a discussion with us. Nanos doesn't get in and work on this project. Alex says, I'm just being immature as always. Hey, Leanie, how do you know that they are not making the sheriff look dumb on purpose to make the people who actually did it think they got away with, thinking outside the box? RC, I'm going to tell you this right now, and this is the God's honest truth. If I'm lying, I'm frying. No, I ain't going to hell for none of you. The next live I was going to do, and I'm still going to do it, unless something else big floats, it won't be the next live. The next live I was going to do on the Nancy Guthrie case is bringing up everything about Sheriff Nanos, what happened from the beginning, how he got put into office, because I do have some theories that I'm not the first person that came up with them. There have been people in my chat that have come in here and said, the sheriff is crooked, he's behind it, he knows, and because of who I am and always trying to give authority, people that are in authority or any place of office like that, I automatically just give them the respect and pray that they can do no wrong. And so I don't down anybody, and I don't try to make them feel bad or blast them or try to argue the point with them when they have a different thought than what I do, because you can think what you want. We were all given a brain. Use yours, I'm using mine. And just because I didn't believe it at the beginning doesn't mean that I was right and they were wrong. And I still may be wrong, but I still thought, you know what? I have to bring it up. We have to talk about it. We have got to talk about all possibilities, because there is, right now, as it stands right now, anything in this case is possible. It could have been the sheriff. It could have been the family. It could have been the cartel. It could have been somebody that Nanos knew over in El Paso, Texas. Do you know how close that El Paso, Texas is closer to the Mexican border than where he's sitting right now? Did you guys know that? El Paso, Texas is right on the border of Juarez. The only thing separating El Paso, Texas from Juarez is the Rio Grande, that most of the time is dry. Okay. So I was like, you know what? Even though it's not something that fit into my working puzzle of this case, it doesn't mean that it couldn't have happened, because it could have. The only thing that I will ever say, please don't come at me with, because I won't entertain it, I won't try to pick up the puzzle piece and make it fit, not doing none of that, is A, that aliens did this, or B, that Trump went up there himself and did it. I'm not going with those. I won't entertain them. Go somewhere else. There are other YouTube channels out there that will just, they will jump on that train with you that the aliens came across their yard, and I just can't. Can somebody play? Do I have a mod? Tashi, can you get rid of that, please? Nobody cares that you don't care, Iman. Anyways, welcome. Thank you guys. People just don't disappear. Joni says, you're right. I appreciate you guys being here. I always thought tomato hot sauce dude, Sherry, that's what I call him. And it wasn't to be disrespectful in the beginning. Now it's just funny. It was because I couldn't pronounce his name. And so words come to me, and that's what I end up calling it. And so I've always said tomato hot sauce dude. But Sheriff, I don't know. Yeah, that's completely on purpose, because he doesn't know. He's a fucking idiot. I've always thought tomato hot sauce dude is involved. The sheriff is friends with tomato, and they are gambling buddies. See, people tell me that all the time. Now, I will tell you, Miss Sherry, I am reading the same book. I think we're all reading the same book at this point. We may not all be on the same page yet, but that's a page that I'm on with you. I don't know about his gambling things. I haven't seen anything concrete that I could say is factual about that. But I have always, from day one, said that tomato hot sauce dude is the mastermind. I don't think he's the dude on the porch. at all. I don't think that's him, even though some of my friends do. I don't think he's the dude on the porch, but I do think he is the mastermind behind it. But you guys don't have to believe that. Sharon says, okay, good. Okay. Oh, you got an emergency tornado warning. Sharon, please be careful. Please be careful. And come back if you can. Big prayers to all those that have been in the most horrific, scary ass tornadic weather. Iowa has been taking a huge dump. Kansas, all those places over there, Missouri, well, Illinois, I think. And I'm always sit and I just wait for it to cross over into Indiana, and thank God it dissipates. But even all the way down in Texas and all the way up through that coming up vertically, it's a mess. It's a mess. So big prayers to all of those that are involved in all of this tornadic weather. It's terrible. Please be safe. Tomato. That's what Rosalie says. Hello, Rosalie. Good to see you. I mean, who would have thought that the company, the Ramsey's photograph, would end up in photographs on the wall in Jeffrey Epstein's residence? There has to be physical evidence somewhere. Very good point. Great point. Shut up, RC. I am not entertaining those aliens or Trump. I'm making you hungry now. I'm sorry. You could come eat those nasty ass livers with the dogs. Hi, Colleen. Good to see you. I'm so sick of the Nancy Guthrie story. Is there anyone that needs help that doesn't have millions of dollars? I need help. I don't have millions of dollars. But no, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. We keep getting warnings, but it missed us so far in Missouri. Peggy says, better keep watching. You may still get some tornadoes. Okay. All right. So we're going to keep going with this. What we're going to do now is, so like I said, you guys, we do not have a name. We have been told by the sheriff's department this one word, nope, when they were asked if there was somebody detained in the Nancy Guthrie case last night to have a discussion with. And all he said was nope. Okay, it's real professional. But I'm telling you, Nancy Grace knows shit. They know stuff. And so I'm going with that. So what I want to do now, if you guys don't mind, I just want to go down memory lane just a little bit as a reminder of the people who actually have been detained. And there's a method for my madness. I am of the firm belief I don't have any kind of law enforcement behind me besides I'm a mom. And when you're a mom, especially, I think even more so the dads, shout out to the dads out there. We love you. But moms have some kind of sixth sense. We got those antennas going off that law enforcement has to be trained to have in a lot of instances, but only with our own children, right? So this is what my gut is telling me and told me from the beginning. We were online whenever that SWAT happened. Y'all, I sat here and ate a whole jar of antacids. It was terrible. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't talk. I was a mess. I was so excited. I was like, you guys, this is it. This is it. They found her. I was like, I was an emotional wreck. Okay. All for them to tell us it was nothing. We were following up on a case. Huh? I've thought about it a lot since then. A lot. And you guys will learn this really fast about me. I am not just an overthinker. I'm an obsessive thinker. So whenever something gets in my mind, like I have to work every angle. I'm spinning constantly until I can make it make sense or somebody can give me some kind of factual thought. I mean, I spin so bad. So I have been obsessively thinking about the SWAT that happened that night, that Friday night. I'll never forget, it was a Friday night. And then they came out and told us that they were just working a tip. let me tell you something that the FBI does not do. They don't just work random tips with their SWAT teams. They don't just work, they don't break down doors and detain people from the house and scare the shit out of you and turn your house upside down for a bogus tip or a tip that just might be. They got to have some kind of just like this is that you guys were going in. I mean, especially in a case like this that is so everybody's watching every little move everybody's doing, right? So you can't tell me, Sheriff, I don't know nanos. You can't tell me this late in the game that nothing to see here, folks. Pay no attention to the little man behind the curtain. We were just working a tip. You can't tell me that much force goes into a house and a little street. So much force that they told all of the news crews, all of the YouTubers, everybody they could, they sent them on a wild goose chase to another neighborhood to get them out of that neighborhood so they could go in there and SWAT that house without giving anybody an idea that they were coming, right? Brian Inton was the only one, after he went to the wild goose chase neighborhood, some source said, look, dude, they're sending you guys out. That's not where they're at. Go back to that other neighborhood. That's where they're going to be. Brian Inton had some good sources, and he was the only one, and he was the only reporter, investigative reporter, whatever you want to call him, that was inside the perimeter when the SWAT happened, because he has that good of sources. So listen. And then once they took in all the tanks and the bodies and everything else to go swap that house, that's when they called people and let them know, hey, we set you guys up a staging area over here. The SWAT's not happening over there. So they sent them on. They did that was done by design, you guys. That wasn't just a fluke and somebody got the wrong info. No, that was done by design, and that's how it's supposed to be done, right? So you have come too late in the game to tell me that what happened that night at that house with whatever tip and thought that they had, they even took a hostage negotiator with them. Did they think Nancy was being held in that house? Did they get a tip that Nancy was being held in that house and that's why that all happened? We don't know. But I'm telling you right now, maybe the sheriff's department will go in and do a SWAT on it, but not the FBI and SWAT team and the tanks and the trucks and everything that we saw that went in there. It just doesn't happen unless they know. I mean, it's very, very rare that they don't. So I still think they're following that lead. I still think they're on that road, that the house that they swatted, that guy still has something to do with it. And he knows something. So I wanted to go back and just remind ourselves about who it was that was swatted and supposedly why. And then I also want to go to the other dude who lived in Rio Rico. And he used to drive. He was the one that he was in the Culver's parking lot. No, I'm getting them mixed up. I'm going to pull them up right now. When you get so many numbers, names, places in your head, it's really hard to keep it all together sometimes, especially when you're the only one talking. And so you're trying to remember, you don't have anybody to bounce off of. And obviously I don't have all my notes sitting here. So, hi, John. Good to see you, love bug. Thank you for coming. Let's remind ourselves a bit about a few things. And we're going to start right here. Oh, and this is hold on. Gosh, bless it. I just got a hot flash. Those suck ass. Okay, let me take that down. Hold on. All right, so this is the other part that I wanted to bring up. So when I had typed in, did anyone in Nancy Guthrie case get detained? I didn't ask for an arrest. I asked for detain on purpose. Because I knew nobody had been arrested, for the love of God, you know. So the overview says this: yes, multiple individuals were detained in question for the February 2026 disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. A man identified as Carlos Palazuelos was detained and released, and later 37-year-old Luke Daly and his mother were detained during a SWAT operation on February the 13th, 2026, with all later released without charges. Okay, so initially on February the 11th, a man was pulled over south of Tucson for questioning after the FBI released surveillance images of a masked person. He was released after being held, telling reporters he was detained for kidnapping, but no connection to the case. On February the 13th, a SWAT team raided a home about 2 miles from Nancy's house and detained a man and his mother for several hours before releasing them without charges. So those are the three people that we are going to talk about, because these are the three names that are still coming up a lot. And I'm here to say that I think these dudes know each other. I looked and looked and looked. I can't find anything. Of course I can't find anything. I'm not going to find anything, because when this broke, or even before it broke, if you were the guilty party and you've got a couple of other people with you that are guilty too, wouldn't you take all your socials down, or at least take down things that have to do with the other person with you? So I'm not surprised that I can't find where these guys are all connected, but I will tell you this: the guy over in California that we know for sure was behind one of the ransom bullshit things. Listen, he ran in the same circles as Tomato Hot Sauce Dude. They were all in different bands. They all were in the same circle of what gigs, what places they were playing at. They kind of just followed each other around in the same circle of doing that, right? They knew each other. I'm just saying, stuff like this matters. It matters. So let's bring up, let's talk about the February the 11th one first. Now, this one is the first thing that happened, which was Carlos. All right. And I have got where he actually, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. He's actually released, and he gives an impromptu interview as soon as he gets back to the house, right? So he's going to talk about his detainment, how long he was there. He didn't even know. I'll just let it talk for itself. Hold on. All right, you guys, watch your ears, because I can't control your volume. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Listen, pay attention to eyes, mannerisms, look for tattoos. That's what we really need to be doing with all of these people as well. All right, here we go. Oh, shit on a shingle.
What do you want people, your name?
Let me back it up.
I didn't have nothing to do with it, right?
Carlos, what do you want people, your names everywhere? Yeah.
I'm innocent. That's all I can say. I didn't have nothing to do with this.
Were you shocked when?
Yeah, I was.
Tell me.
Come on, like, what do you expect me to do? ¿Cómo quieres que reaccione cuando algo pasa así? Pero yo no sé qué está pasando. Me agarraron como si fuera un criminal, me secuestraron. They held me against my will. They didn't even read me my rights until 2 hours later. Okay? You know, mira, my wrist is all swollen.
From
the handcuffs. Like,
and did you have any idea?
No.
I'm going to stop it right there. This guy is still on people's radar. This is the guy right here who Nancy Grace was talking about when she said that the person, her sources tell her that the person who was detained last night is from the Rio Rico area, which is where this man is from. So She didn't come out and use names, but she said, we do know somebody from there. Does it have anything to do with him? Look, I don't know, but I just think it's all, there's not that much coincidence in the world. That's just what I believe. So is this the guy that was taken back in and interviewed again? Do you guys see the tattoo on his wrist? Now, Lizzo sent me something else that says it's not a tattoo, it's a watch or something like that. I don't know. It looks like a tattoo to me, but I don't know. I'm not a forensic investigator or any kind of, I'm just a leanie over here playing one on YouTube. But this is the guy Nancy Grace was talking about. Could it be him? Yeah, it could be him. Because you guys, listen, I just don't think they do shit for nothing. I think what I told everybody when these people were detained, questioned, and released, that doesn't mean that they were cleared. That just means that if they are actually the perpetrator, the police doesn't have enough on them to make an arrest. But they're going to keep dogging them. They're going to, every time they can shake them up and bring them back in, that's what they're going to do, hoping that something eventually falls from the tree as they're shaking, right? So this is one of the ones that I think could have possibly not only been a part of the kidnapping, but this is the one that I think has, if there was a detainment, which I believe there has been, this is him. This is him, or someone in this house, in his circle, maybe a close relative.
That's the problem. No, I don't know anything.
You were like, where is this coming from?
How did they come up on you?
I don't know.
Like, what, were you just driving around?
Yeah, working.
Yeah, they said you're delivering DoorDash?
Yes.
Oh,
How'd they pull up on you? Like,
nah, I pulled up on them. Yeah. They were following me. Yeah, they were following me. Marana, this is Santa Cruz County, and Marana was down here. It's like, come on, 2 and 2.
and so then when they came up on you, what did they say? Like, what did they say?
Nothing. Literally nothing. They just told me stop moving. Like, what's your name? Carlos. That's it. They put me in the cop car. I gotta wait like 2 hours. I waited like 2 hours until the detectives came here and everything.
oh my God.
Well, when they finally told you this had to do with some kidnapping, like, what were you thinking?
What the am I doing here? I didn't do anything. To be honest, like, I'm innocent.
And you don't even know who the lady is. Do you know who Savannah Guthrie is?
No.
Nothing.
I don't follow the news.
Right.
I don't watch.
You don't watch the Today Show.
No.
So this was a complete shock.
It was.
What kind of questions were they asking you?
Nothing. They didn't ask me no questions.
So
nothing. They just sent me in the car. They investigated my car and this man, and that's it. They didn't ask me no questions, no nothing.
Did you get the other car back? Or they still have it?
No, it's right there.
Oh, they gave it back to you. So
yeah, it's like,
and they said you can go home?
Yeah.
And how did they treat like the people you were with, your girl, your child?
I don't want to speak
Yeah,
about
no,
that.
understood. Yeah.
How's your family? They
Well, they're
scared
all in
everybody. I was gonna say they scared everybody, huh?
Yeah, they're all in shock right now.
Wow.
Did they damage the house? Yeah.
What did they do to the house?
They broke the doors. What else? The garage door in the back.
So what are you gonna do now?
I'll try to clear my name. I didn't do anything.
Well, this is one of them.
And I hope they get the suspect, because I'm not it. They better do their job and find the suspect that did it so they can clear my name. I'm done. Look at what I'm putting my family through.
You're on national news now.
Not just them. Even my parents in Tucson. Yeah.
And your mother-in-law was worried about you. She was saying it doesn't look anything like him.
Yeah, see? That's what I'm telling you guys. Like,
why do you think they came here? Why did you think they came to you?
If I would have known that answer, I would have given it to you, but I don't.
So you have no idea what led them to you. Nothing. They didn't give. They didn't say car make, a license, nothing.
Nada.
Let me find out which one this one is and remove it. All right. Now, I could go and find his, after this, he gave another interview. This guy right here. He gave another interview. And it hit me wrong. And the reason why is, in this video, they're like, listen, so what were they saying? What did they say? And he's like, nothing. Nothing, like absolutely nothing, like nothing was said, nothing, no, didn't ask any questions, didn't tell me nothing. The next interview he gives, which I think is either the day or the day after that he gives, y'all, he answers all them questions completely different. Now, I have to give the benefit of the doubt. That's also who I am. He is just now released. He's just now getting home from that ordeal. He could be all just shook up. You know what I mean? Like, I cannot freaking believe this happened. Like, what just happened? You know, we've all been there with something in our lives where nothing makes sense and we haven't had time to really think about it and process what happened. So I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt that he just got home. He was bombarded with all of these reporters. And so he just was shook. And then the next time he gave an interview was on his terms, and he had already had time to process it so he could tell what really happened. I just have to do both of it. I just do. All right. So I'm going to bring up, hold on just a second. Thank you guys so much for being here. All right, I want to read this to you guys real quick. I just typed in, you guys, this is this was published and updated on February the 11th. It obviously was updated after they had already spoke to Carlos, who was the man we just watched. It was updated, and this is coming out of Newsweek, okay? So I just kind of wanted to know, I just typed into my search engine, who is this dude? And this is what came up, okay? So here we go. A man was detained in connection with the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, has been identified as Carlos Palazuelos. If I'm saying that wrong, please forgive me. Who said he is innocent, according to multiple reports. The search for Nancy Guthrie, 84, has been going on for more than a week. Law enforcement believes she was taken from her home in Tucson, Arizona, against her will on Tuesday, and the FBI released video and still images recovered from the camera outside her front door, showing a masked figure with a handgun holster. Pima County Sheriff's Department said on X on Wednesday that officers had detained an individual in connection with its investigation. That individual has now, Carlos identified himself, taken to reporters outside his home. He told Fox News that he was a local delivery driver who works in Tucson. He said he had been questioned and then released by the police. Now, mind you, like I said, in the beginning where we just watched just now, he says, no, they didn't ask me nothing. They didn't tell me nothing. They didn't ask me nothing. No, I just sat there for 2 hours and do shit, you know. But I'm being facetious. You guys can't help it. And then the angel on my shoulder is saying, now, you know, he could have been all shook up, but this right here just tells you he was questioned. So they asked him a question. Come on. He said it might have been a possibility that he delivered a package to Guthrie's house and suggested that police stopped him because his eyes looked similar to those of the person seen in the door cam footage. In another interview, he told CBS News that he was innocent. Newsweek reached out to Pima County Sheriff's Department outside normal business hours via email for comment, and they didn't give us any back. Why does this matter? Guthrie's disappearance has attracted nationwide attention due to her daughter being today's co-host, Savannah Guthrie. She has been missing for more than a week. The deadlines for alleged ransom notes sent to multiple news outlets after her disappearance passed on Thursday and Monday evening. Carlos told the Telemundo the experience was terrifying. He said, I felt like I was being kidnapped too, bro. He said the comments reported by NBC News They didn't tell me anything. Another comment in the reported by the Daily Mail, he said, they held me against my will. They didn't even read my rights 2 hours in. He said he didn't know who Guthrie was. I hope they find the suspect because I'm not it. They better do their job and find the suspect that did it so they can clear my name, he says. His detainment came after FBI on Tuesday released a video and a still image recovered from the camera outside Guthrie's front door earlier in the early morning hours of her disappearance. All right, so that's that. That's who he is. He's a delivery guy. He said he might have, y'all. He might have. You know, we don't know. We don't know. He might have delivered a package. But what I want to know is, when did he deliver a package? Because if you guys remember in the video that shows the dude on the porch, he's walking around, he's doing his things, hiding the camera. Hey, listen here, those are my flowers. Can we not tear those flowers up? Go get your ball, buddy. Go find your ball. There was no package on the side of the porch. You guys remember that? If you look back at the video footage, there's no package there. The very next day after they released the crime scene, and Brian Enton walks up there and he sees the blood and he's videotaping all that, there's a package on the side of the door there. Is Carlos the door dasher? I do not know. Good question. Good question. Good question. But we do know that just within those few hours, there was a delivery. Well, we saw deliveries coming and going. Now, some of them were hoaxes, you know, the whole sending a pizza to JLR, that was funny, ha ha ha. It's really just childish and it's stupid. That's what it is, if you ask me. But there were legit packages still being sent, like through Amazon and stuff like that, to Nancy. Innocent until proven guilty, Dawn says. How did he know about the picture? Peggy says, yeah, he actually caught himself with that, right? Well, nobody said anything, but he said he didn't know her, but he knew about the picture. Alex says, sure, everyone in prison is also innocent. Hi, Chef, I've been sick. What's the new word? Well, I'm glad you're doing better, Love Bug. There is no new word well, there are two new things that have come out. The FBI has sent off a hair that was found, don't know when, don't know where in the house, but it was found in the house of Nancy Guthrie. They've sent it to Quantico. And the second thing that's come out is that everybody except for the FBI and the sheriff's department are saying that there was someone detained from around the Rio Rico area last night for questioning in the Nancy Guthrie case. And the only person named that we know would be Carlos, who was detained, the very first person ever detained. Do you ever get panic attacks? We used to live in them. We lived in a panic attack. All right, let's see. All right, now the next one we're going to go to is we're going to remind ourselves who the next person or persons were that was detained. What I'm going to do here, you guys, is I want to give a shout out to Brianna Whitney. She has done some really great investigating, and not only that, but interviews with people. How she's gotten them, I don't know, but good on you, girlfriend. You go right ahead. Apparently, she works for the news team, Arizona's Family, which is CBS 5. And she also has her own like YouTube channel and things like that. She was able to get an interview with Daly, the people that were involved with the SWAT, right? So at when they sent all of the news and the YouTubers and everybody on a wild goose chase to this other, they leaked that there was going to be a SWAT done in this one neighborhood. All the news, all of the YouTubers, everybody took off out of Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood and they went to the neighborhood. It was like leaked, right? So everybody was all excited. They got the 411, y'all. They're going to beat the SWAT there. They're going to be there when that happens. Well, the sheriff's department or the FBI is the one that leaked it on purpose to get them to get the hell away from Nancy's house and the neighborhood so they could SWAT the house properly, right? Brian Incham was the only one that had a great source that let him know they're lying to you. It is over there. So he was actually inside the perimeter when all the vehicles rolled in and the blues came, you know. So, and then the person who does all of the publicity or the talking for the sheriff's department, the PR, got in touch with the same people that they sent on the wild news chase and said, hey, we've got you guys a staging area right over here. The SWAT's going on over here. They had already closed everything down. They weren't going to get near it. So they pulled a fast one on him, and I think it's brilliant. I really, really do. Did it suck for us? Yeah, it sucked real bad. I wanted to see. But anyways, shout out to Brianna Whitney and to Arizona's Family Free TV, CBS 5. Let's bring this up. We're going to find out exactly, remind ourselves who Luke Daly was and why do you guys keep hearing his name? Why? And what happened? Let's talk about that for a minute. Hold on. Let me get this up here. Is it that one? Yes, it is. Wow, I got it the first click, y'all. Imagine that. Let's make this as big as we can. You guys, let me do this because I got a strike the other night. Didn't even mean to get a strike. I wasn't even trying to get a strike. That's sad. All right, just to let everybody know, this is fair use disclaimer, Copyright Act of 1976 gives allowance for this content to be used for purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Do not come at me, YouTube. We have it floating on the top of our screen, and it will be floated through chat. All right, let's watch this. This is Brianna. She's such a cute girl, y'all. All right, listen to this. And then after she does this, we're going to go to her page and we're going to watch the interview she does with Luke Daly, and where he talks about his house being swatted. He was the one that was parked in the Culver's parking lot, which was not even a mile from his home, that was being swatted, that his own mother was in. So Brianna does an interview with Luke Daly and with the mother whose house was swatted and his car was taken. If you guys remember that Friday night, all this was going on at the same time. But Brianna explains it really well. Here we go, guys.
People online still believe Luke Daly is the abductor, is the person seen in that surveillance footage from Nancy Guthrie's home, or believe that he's involved in the case. And it wasn't just Luke who was detained that night. His name posted everywhere now for weeks. It was also his mom's. Both of them have been released, and now they've sat down with me in interviews today to talk about how they were questioned by FBI agents and sheriff's deputies in this investigation. To understand this, I want to take you back to the night that this all unfolded. It was a dual SWAT operation back on the night of February 13th. While Luke Daly was detained outside Culver's with his Range Rover searched and towed away, his mom, Mary Chapman Daly, was detained at their home not far from Nancy Guthrie's while agents searched inside. Both Luke Daly and Mary tell me they weren't given a lot of answers as to why they were being investigated while sitting in the back of police cars for hours. For Luke, despite getting released that same night and telling me he has gotten his Range Rover back, many online still believe he matches the physical description of the abductor on that surveillance video and suspect he may be involved in her disappearance. He says he is not, but he says mystery still lies in what evidence led detectives to Luke at all.
Did they tell you what led them to you? I mean, something made them believe they needed to talk to you about it. What was that?
I asked them. They didn't tell me any information about that. And I have thought of any type of reason why they could have come after me, but there's nothing, and I think that's why they didn't tell me.
Were you in the area of the home at the time, like the overnight, or would it have been something like, we've tracked this person near the abduction scene?
I live near her house, but I mean, I didn't even know that until after the fact.
So while Luke was detained for hours watching his Range Rover get searched, his mom, Mary, says she was detained for 6 hours in the back of a car while her home was raided. She said that agents went in, they were breaking locks to doors to search every room, every inch of that house. She says while she was detained, she didn't have any idea that this had any involvement with her son being investigated at all.
So when they detained you, did you know that this was related to also them investigating Luke?
No.
You had no idea?
No, I wasn't thinking this was about Luke. I found out it was also about Luke, but initially, no, I was thinking it was all about Nancy Guthrie and finding her and whatnot.
Now, Luke says many online have posted about his criminal past. He says he struggled with drugs and knows his past is open record, but says he has worked to turn his life around, and those past charges have nothing to do with this case at all. Luke told me he's had a hard time going out in public since all of this with the scrutiny. Meanwhile, Mary says she was so uncomfortable in her home and in the neighborhood after her home was raided. She's actually been staying with family up in Phoenix this entire time since until today. She just came back home to Tucson. She says she's thankful to be back, but obviously still very upset over all of this, and says both her and Luke have been praying daily for Nancy Guthrie's safe return, praying for the Guthrie family. But they say they are adamant they have nothing to do with this. They hope the actual abductor is arrested and faces those consequences. If you want to watch our full interviews with Luke and Mary Daly, they are up online now. Reporting live in Tucson tonight, Brianna Whitney for Arizona's Family.
All right, you guys. So we're going to go right into that where we watch the 2 interviews because I think it's very important. I do want to remind everybody in chat and up in the naked bushes. Thank you guys so much for being here. These are some things I want you to know about this guy. All right, you're hearing this name a lot, okay? Because his house was the one that was swatted while his mother and his brother was in it as well. And this guy, Luke Daly, he was about a mile away down at the bottom of the hill, or however it is, at the Culvers. And so he's going to explain all of that. This is what I want you to know. This man, right, he has not always been this clean shaven, okay? Pictures that we've seen of him before, he always has facial hair, always. Also, it was very, very, very hot. Look at how his mom's dressed. Look at how Brianna's dressed. This day, it was hot in Tucson, Arizona, which is where they're at. Yet he is wearing long sleeve shirts, a jacket, and I mean, he's buttoned up to his neck. What man do you know likes to wear a button all the way up to his neck? They're like pulling on that tie. Cannot wait till they can unbutton that top button because it's uncomfortable, from what I understand. I mean, I don't like nothing around my neck either, but I don't know a man that's just gonna. Why wouldn't you unbutton just right there? You're not. It doesn't make any sense. And the other thing I want to remind you about is look into him. The part he doesn't want anybody to talk about, his past and stuff like that, you guys. Try to follow me. He was arrested with Savannah Guthrie's how do I put it? All right, so Savannah Guthrie's aunt married into the family with a child. Okay, she already had a child when she married in the family. Not aunt, maybe it was a cousin. I'll have to relook at it again. And so they're not blood family, they're family by marriage. Luke Daly and that girl, and her name escapes right now, someone put it in chat for me, who is part of the Guthrie family, were arrested together for possession, and I think distributing, because they had enough on their beings to distribute, and for concealing a weapon. They were arrested together. Now, in this interview that I'm going to watch with you, he tells this reporter that the girl he was arrested with, he really didn't even know her. That happened so long ago. He barely knew her. Now, he barely knew her so much that they were the only two in that vehicle together when they were arrested. They walked into Walmart together. They came out of Walmart together. They were arrested together in the Walmart parking lot. They had the backpack was what had all of the drugs and stuff in it. So I'm sorry, he's lying from word go. He also tells you he was not in any trouble for, like, he's been clean for, I forget how long he says. Well, my co-host and her co-host, Lizzo, did a live on one day where they brought up his record, and y'all, he was just in jail for failing a piss test last year. So he's doing nothing but lying the whole time. So you asked me why I don't trust the man and why his name is being brought up so much. It's because of this right here. He's just a fucking idiot. So hi Kitty, good to see you. You have questions. Who am I? I'm Alini. Who are you? You're Kitty. I've been followed the whole time. Okay. He said that they had split up a long time ago. Well, when he gives this interview right here, he tells you he don't even know who she is. Good night, Jane. All right, let me go ahead and bring this back up and let's finish this up.
Secret to healthy, mature skin is Miracle Balm.
Never known a product like it. And now I don't know if.
All right, let me stop this. Yep, this is the one that we want to watch. No, I'm sorry about the ads, you guys. I try to stop them the minute they come on, but I have to wait until it gives me a skippy.
Tired of sifting through jobs that don't feel like the right fit? Introducing Indeed Career Scout. Find the job that's right for you.
Many people have believed that you are the person on the surveillance video, the abductor, the masked person.
Let me also ask you guys just to look at this as well. He seems very, very highly nervous, very nervous. But look how he's dressed. Look how she's dressed. I mean, he's got to be burning up. In fact, he starts sweating here just a little bit. I'm just telling you.
Is that you?
It's not me. I don't see the resemblance of it looking like me, but absolutely not. I have nothing to do with this case.
Nothing to do with it. Do you have any idea who is involved in the abduction?
I don't. If I did, I would happily tell FBI, police, anything. I mean, I, like everyone else, just want Nancy to come home and be safe. But that being said, I have nothing to do with this case, and that's it.
Explain to me what happened on the night you were detained, where you were, you're with your car. How did that unfold in your eyes?
So I was driving home. I noticed two sheriff vehicles following me. They pulled me over at the Culvers right there, asked me to get out of the car, didn't tell me what it was about. So they had me cuffed in the back of a cop car, detained. I was asking, like, what am I being detained for? And they wouldn't tell me anything. They just said that the detectives would be there to talk to me. And once I saw, like, FBI and all the other cars start pulling in, I'm like, oh, this is probably about the Guthrie case. I'm like, this should be easy. Like, I have nothing to do with this, so it should be not a big deal to clear my name and move on. But the whole time during the questioning, didn't really seem like more of like a fishing expedition for them to try to get me to say something, because all the dates I was telling them where I was, things like that. I'm like, all you'd have to do is look at my phone and see my location. It was nowhere near anywhere or have any connection to this. But still, it was tough, like being there, like I mean, I don't trust the FBI to the extent that I'm like thinking that there's pressure on this case and they want to find the person. So like the whole time while I'm sitting in the back of the cop car, I'm like panicking, thinking that I'm going to be framed for this or they're trying to pin this on me somehow.
Did they tell you what led them to you? I mean, something made them believe they needed to talk to you about it. What was that?
I asked them. They didn't tell me any information about that. And I have thought of any type of reason why they could have come after me. But there's nothing. And I think that's why they didn't tell me.
Were you in the area of the home at the time, like the overnight, or would it have been something like we've tracked this person near?
Well, I live near her house, but I mean, I didn't even know that until after the fact. Like I barely just learned where her actual house was in relation to mine. So I didn't even know.
Had you ever met her?
No.
Did you know who she was?
I knew who she was because my mother was following the case. But in terms of other than that, I would just go off what my mother was telling me.
And so how long were you detained for?
Probably maybe 4 or 5 hours.
In the back of that car the whole time? And they searched your Range Rover extensively?
Yeah, they searched Range Rover. They towed my Range Rover. Did all DNA testing or whatever, and then gave it back to me. Took my cell phone. I've had no way to get a hold of anyone, which is probably a good thing because everyone's looking at me like I'm this person that I'm not. So it's been rough.
You got your car back?
Yes.
In rough condition, or was it okay?
Well, when I went to pick it up, like it wouldn't start. I guess they drained the battery down, and it was just covered in the whatever white substance that they use for testing. But yeah, other than that, I got it started up, and it wasn't. Luckily, it wasn't damaged in terms of like repairs or anything. But
so when they released you, what did they say?
I'm going to stop it right there just a second. Just the fact, and I'm listening to it again with you guys. I watched it about 3 or 4 times when it first came out. But something just hit me a little bit different, and this is it. How come he keeps talking about his cell phone? Look at my cell phone. You could see where I was and where I wasn't. Well, dumbass. First of all, we all know none of y'all brought your cell phone. Whoever it was that was on that porch didn't have a cell phone with them. Okay, so why is he saying that? Oh, he said it 3 times already. I just counted it 3 times. He says, "Look at my cell phone." Okay, why? Why would you say that? I guess that's what normal people say. I don't know. They're in this predicament. I don't know, because your cell phone does show every place that you've been for normal people that carry it everywhere they go, unless they forget it at home. But the deal is that we know the perpetrators did not have a cell phone. So if you were the perp, it's going to show that you were home all night long or wherever, because the perps didn't bring a cell phone. They didn't. Okay.
They say you're free? Do they say never mind? I mean, what was the verbiage there from them?
They had just told me that they were still at my house, so I couldn't go home, but they drove me somewhere near the house and just dropped me off. I was like, well, I don't have a phone. How am I supposed to figure out when I can go back to the house? And they basically said, you're just gonna have to figure that out. So, I mean, I waited just where they dropped me off at for maybe an hour or so. I had a friend that lived near the area, and I walked over there. They weren't home, so I was just waiting, like basically just on their patio. And then it got to the point where I'm like, well, they should be done by now. I walked back to my house, and this was like the worst part for me, is getting there and seeing the house torn up. But the worst part was my mom not being there, and her being elderly and having AFib and things like that. I'm thinking the worst. Like, I see her cars here, but she's not there, and I don't have my phone to get a hold of her. So I'm wondering what happened, if I need to start calling hospitals or what the deal was. But luckily, I guess she went to one of the neighbors, but I didn't find that out until the next day.
Right. You were detained and released, but you've said it, your face, your name, it's everywhere online. People still believe you were either involved or did this. What's that been like for you to have your name, your picture, even a past mugshot all over the internet associated with this case?
I mean, for me, it's terrible. It's hard to go anywhere, and the hard part is they're making all these assumptions based on things that have absolutely no relevance, and they're just bringing up my past, which I mean, I do have a past, but nothing violent or anything like that. All my past has just been involved with using drugs, and I haven't been in that life for over 2 years now. So all the things that they're bringing up, yeah, I guess it's public record, but it would have came out if it wasn't for all these people speculating and doing things like that. So now people that had no idea about my past, so I've done like a good job of working past it and not having anything to do with it. So them doing that now is kind of just reopening this whole speculation and make me out to look like this bad person, which I'm not.
And it's not just been you. People have found, records of an alleged girlfriend of yours. There's been a lot of rumors swirling around. What do you want to say about those rumors, about you, about her, about, everybody that people have looked at and said, well, they could do this?
Yeah, first of all, that's not my girlfriend. I barely knew that girl, and I was arrested with her on a completely different circumstance over a year ago. I haven't talked to her since, and I guess they're just going off of the arrest saying that I was arrested with her. So, but I hardly know her and don't associate with her. But in terms of everything else, I mean, all the speculation is just going off of, I don't even know if people really believe it, but online it just seems like they're pushing this narrative and trying to make connections with things that are, I don't know, basically like circumstantial, like saying my eyelashes match the guy in the ski mask picture, which I'm sure like if you could use anyone's picture and find similarities.
And you don't recognize the person on that in that footage?
No, I don't. But in terms of all this, like I said, they're comparing my face to this. They're talking about my Range Rover, which I didn't even buy until after she was reported missing.
It was a new car, yeah? For you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're talking about another car that was towed off my property. That car wasn't an accident, has nothing to do with this. It wasn't towed in relation to this case. It was being towed by the insurance company to assume if it was totaled or not. So that had nothing to do with the case. There's no evidence to point towards me other than speculation.
You really have no idea what led them to you in this case?
Absolutely not.
Still a mystery to you?
Yes, and I would love to find out.
Were you dealing mostly with sheriff's deputies or FBI agents when you were detained?
When I was detained by the sheriffs, but in terms of all the questioning was done by the FBI.
What would you like to say to both PCSD and the FBI?
Basically what I told them before, if there's anything, I'm happy to help. If there actually was something real that I could help them with, but like I said, they have my phone. They went through my phone. So, I mean, if it was anything real, they could look through that and hope clear my name. But in terms of the collateral damages, this being part of it, there's not really any type of way. There's no going back from this.
For your whole family too. I mean, your mom has had to go through this too. As a family, how has this made you guys feel collectively together to kind of be in this public shock, this public scrutiny?
It all just seems like a nightmare. I mean, it doesn't seem real, and it's just been, we're all it's just been a nightmare. I know my mom, she had like problem with stress, and like she was doing good before this. After this, she's been a lot more stressed. It's been hard. I'll let her speak to how it's affected her, but I mean, in terms of collectively as a family, it's been a nightmare.
what's your message for Nancy Guthrie's family?
I mean, I like everyone else. I want to see her come home. I want the actual suspect to be found. I think it's really unfair to them to give them false hope by going off whatever they went off to have this huge investigation and raid happen. To me, it's like giving them false hope that they had a suspect and then it was nothing. And I'm not the first person either, so I think it's wrong in that sense.
This is your first interview since you've been detained. What's your hope in putting your voice out there now that people will get from this interview?
I mean, for my personal interest, I would just say just not to go off speculation of everything you hear on the internet and kind of like the hive mind mentality that someone says something and then they just go off of it based on no evidence, no truth. But I mean, in terms of like moving forward, I just want to be cleared, have actual verification that I was cleared by the FBI and sheriff, whoever else.
Have they officially cleared you?
I don't date. This is just going off what I've heard, but I guess I've been cleared, but they don't close any case, I guess, because it's still ongoing. But I mean, I know personally there's nothing else that they're gonna come across that points towards me. So
Unequivocally, you are not the person, you are not involved.
Absolutely, 100%.
Is there anything else you want to clear up that people may have said, that you've seen, that you feel that you have the opportunity now to address?
Nothing particular is coming to mind right now. Obviously, I mean, I'm nervous. This is, like I said, my first interview, and I mean, I'm not trying to get any more attention from this. I just want to put it out there for me that I had nothing to do with this, and I'm hoping that the truth will come out, whatever that may be. I have no idea.
I appreciate your time. Chris, do you have anything that you want Luke to address or add? Luke, is there anything else that I didn't ask you that you want to address or talk about while you're here? Just want to make sure that you get your opportunity to say anything you want to.
I just want to say again that I hope that she's safe. I hope they find her, and I just want to move on with my life and not have any. I mean, it's been hard. Like, I can't go anywhere. Everyone gives me dirty looks, and they see me in my car. Like, I would assume that they, like, I don't know, people are just think I'm like this person, and it's been hard, like, leaving, going anywhere, doing anything. So I'd like to be able to go about my life and not have this shadow of doubt casted over me.
Let me stop it right there. Welcome everybody to chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys spending a little bit of your time, your Friday night with me. That's a big deal. I'm so grateful. Please double tap the screen and just give me a like. That's all I ask. Let me break this down just a little bit for you guys. This was Luke Daly. You guys, he's the one whose house was swatted on the 13th of February. And he is the one that was over in the Culver's parking lot. His Range Rover was towed away. He was detained for questioning along with his mother while the house was being swatted. There's the gist of it. His name is Luke Daly. You'll hear a lot. If you haven't yet, I'm sure you already have, though. His name comes up so many times in this case. A lot of people thinks he is directly involved. No matter what he's telling you, half of everything he's saying there is a lie, and we can prove it, and we already have proved it on here, because this isn't the first time that I've covered him on here. Second of all, his whole thing about I hope she comes home alive. I hope I want the best for the family. Blah blah blah. Yeah, Letitia Stout said the same thing about Gannon, knowing that she had murdered that boy and he was in a suitcase. and she was fixing to leave town and go dump him in a Florida marsh. Okay. Sorry, I almost choked up. I never put stock in what people say until I know for sure that they are not a part of the crime. Listen, because it's not gonna it's not like any person that ever has been a perpetrator of some kind of crime is going to come out and say, yeah, I don't give a fuck. I don't have anything to say. No, they're going to deflect. Oh yeah, I hope they're alive. I hope they come home. I hope there's some restitution. I hope everybody, just like Letitia says, Gannon, I hope you come home. And when you do, you can let everybody know that you are fine. And I hope I get a sincere apology from everybody who thinks I did something to Gannon. Y'all, that bitch was lying through her teeth. Gannon was already dead in a suitcase and she was leaving town. So the other thing I want to say is kind of like what RC just said, it was busted for drugs, right? In the past. Yeah, maybe, just maybe old Luke dude, maybe people aren't looking at you weird because they suspect you to be involved in the Nancy Guthrie case. Maybe they were looking at you weird prior because they knew that you were a dealer. Maybe that they're looking at you weird and thinking, that's a bad dude. Don't look at him. Stay away from him. Maybe that's what they're telling their kids about you, Luke. Look, maybe it's your own guilty conscience that you think everybody is side-eyeing you and judging you when they probably should be. You're the type of person that people should be on the lookout for, Luke, especially those of us that got kids. So listen, don't go projecting your problems onto the rest of the world. You're a fucking criminal. Whether you did this or not did this, the way people look at you is by your own hand, your own doing. You weren't a saint, honey. You weren't just somebody they picked up out of a crowd that was living his best life, doing that 9 to 5, just trying to be a productive member of society. Oh, negative, sir. We ain't buying it. Negative. All right. We are now going to move over to Luke's mama, who was sitting right next to him, who was in the house while it was swatted. And she was taken out of the house as well. She was detained as well, put in the car, questioned, I guess, and then she was allowed to go to a neighbor's house and wait at the neighbor's house until they finished swatting her home. So that's where we're at right now. And listen, all you mamas out there know we're all the same. We don't like people saying nothing bad about our babies. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But homegirl knows that her son is a criminal. Homegirl knows her son is a waste. And there's a problem with him being this old and he's still living with mama. There's your first clue. Before you even look up at his record, it's out there. Go ahead and look it up. So see what an upstanding citizen this dude was and why people are judging him, you know. So there's that. So half of what mama says is lying too. She knows that he's a bad dude. He's a bad dude. And listen, if my son was a bad dude, I'd be like, what'd you do? So I think if he is involved, I think mama knows, but mama's not going to squeal. No, negative. She's not going to. And Luke, I'm sorry your mama's under stress. And I'm sorry that the SWAT on the house made her even more stressed. But I think you probably started the stress. I mean, it's probably not the first time that the feds have been at your door or the police have been knocking at your door, taking your ass away to the pokey. You know, you caused mama lots of stress. Let's keep going because I could sit here and just keep on being facetious all day long.
Not all liver supplements are made the same. Your liver carries out over 500 functions every single.
Luke is your son?
Yes.
You were Nancy Guthrie's neighbor, pretty close by.
I didn't realize that.
You didn't know that?
No.
So did you not know
I
Nancy?
knew it after everything happened. But otherwise, who'd heard of her?
You hadn't met her?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So you hear that she is abducted. She goes missing. And I assume your first thought when you hear this is, oh my gosh, somebody, I mean, this is crazy and it's nearby. Were you following the story, following the case?
Totally.
All right, I'm going to stop it right there. First, if you listen closely and remember what Luke just said a little while ago, that he never even heard about this woman before. And then, yeah, wait a minute, his mom's following the case. Well, the case had been going on for a week. And supposedly he found out the day before that she actually lived in his neighborhood, Nancy Guthrie, that is. But if Mama's been following the case for the whole week prior to his arrest, I'm sure she would have said, Luke, check it out, dude. Like Nancy Guthrie's missing. She just lives right over there. She's our neighbor. There's a murderer out here. Y'all, come on. I do also want to answer Deborah. Thank you, Deborah, for being here. I try to be really good about like staying in chat, but when I'm playing stuff like this, and I see you guys bounce it off of each other, your thoughts, your way of thinking and stuff like that. I think it's so good and so healthy. And so I try to just let you guys do your thing and not stop so many times, because that's annoying to people when I stop and commentate, or when anybody does, they just want to hear that. They're not here to hear me talk. But sometimes I have to. But I saw you say this, and yes, I'm going to answer you real quick. Deborah says, can you please answer this question? Is tomato hot sauce student Annie involved in this? Because it's all over the internet. I'm very confused. They even said they found a body in Annie's garden. Clickbait. Yes, that is clickbait. No, they did not find a body in Annie's garden that I know of. And I think we would have known it by now. The reason why they're involved is because Annie is Savannah Guthrie's sister, which makes Nancy, the lady who is missing, her daughter as well. She is married to tomato hot sauce dude, and they live about 11 minutes from a Mama. Okay. The night that she went missing, she took an Uber over to tomato hot sauce dude's house and Annie's house, her daughter's house. Supposedly had a nice dinner and played all kind of fun games and just had a hoot and a holler of a time, y'all. And then her son-in-law, tomato hot sauce dude, drove Nancy home. You get this. He drives Mama home, pulls up into the driveway. Apparently, the garage door goes up for less than 2 minutes. And I say less than 2 minutes because they're given a 2-minute time frame, and there's some seconds in there. So anyways, let's just say 2 minutes. That's not enough time for tomato hot sauce dude to take his mama-in-law into her house, make sure she's settled, you know, like, Ma, you need a cup of tea or something before you go to bed. You okay? I mean, at least get the woman in the house, because we know that she had trouble with mobility. So who just opens up the garage door, waves at Mama, you know, as she's wheeling herself in the house, you know, and that's okay. I don't know. That's not something I do. Am I being judgmental? Yes, absolutely. And I'm going to continue doing that when it comes to how Mama was taken in and left at the house. So he was the last person that we know of to see her alive. That is why there is such a huge eye population on tomato hot sauce dude and his wife Annie. But it also goes way deeper than that, as far as like money problems, gambling problems, things of that sort that would make people who have no soul and no heart take out a family member to get money. Okay, and I'll leave it at that. So I do believe that he is the mastermind behind this. I don't mind saying it. And if I'm wrong, I will be the first person to jump on my channel and tell y'all that I was totally wrong and apologize to the Guthrie family. Not that they know about me or even care about me, but I still will do it because I've let all of you guys know what my theory is. Look, I'm human too. I have one too. Does it make it right? No. I hope I'm wrong every day of the week. So that, I hope that answers your question, honey. That's why they're in this. He was the last person to be seen alive. Hi, Shauna. Good to see you, love bug. Thank you for being here. She was the one that told him about it. Mama doesn't look as old as he tries to portray her. Right? She's what, 78? Homegirl looks good. Damn. Who is the guy interviewed? So the guy that was interviewed is Luke Daly, whose house was the one that was swatted, and his car was impounded. The car that was impounded, and him, and this is his mother that we're fixing to listen to right now, and she's going to explain what happened when the FBI came and swatted the house. You're welcome, Deborah. You're welcome. I wish I could answer more, but we're going to keep going with this because I've got a couple more things to show you guys. And damn, I've already been on here for two whole hours. Y'all, listen, time flies when you're having fun. Hi, Sharon. Good to see you. Thank you guys so much for being here. Shannon, what have you missed? Okay, so there's only two things. One, the word is out, not by the any law enforcement at all, but the word is out that somebody was detained for questioning last night in the Nancy Guthrie case. We don't know for sure. I've looked for an arrest record. There's not one out there. And unless somebody was arrested, they're not going to put any paperwork out to us of someone being detained just for questioning. So there's that. And then the other thing is that the FBI somehow obtained a piece of hair from inside Nancy Guthrie's home, and it is being sent to Quantico. So there we are. We're all caught up. Let's go.
At that point, to see if they could ever find her, And, Savannah grew up in Arizona, and, her family, and we watch her on TV. So it's sort of like, she comes into our living room and tells us what's going on. So it's, it's very emotional for me. I mean, I'm old, and I'm not used to this kind of stuff at all, but I have a lot of empathy and pray. I don't have a lot of hope but that the family continues on, and it's, huge loss for all of us, actually.
Oh, it completely affects the community, a community you're part of. So when you first start hearing about it, I imagine there's a lot of upset and fear, concern.
Yes. And they were searching, I live on this street, and then they were searching a street a little closer and a little farther out, and, it's just weird to have these people standing in front of my house wanting to talk, mostly news people wanting to.
Yeah, I mean, the media don't.
I didn't talk to those people at all. We just. Mm-hmm.
So tell me what happened when this all ends up at your home. Your home ends up becoming part of this story.
Yeah, well, people were coming to the door, and I wasn't necessarily answering it. They might not have even had a camera or anything. And then this one, late afternoon when they came in the big SWAT vehicles, pulled into my driveway, and said they wanted to, see anything that could link anything. I said, well, yeah, go ahead. I mean, so they were there for about 6 hours, and I was in the SWAT vehicle, and they went through my house and went through everything and tore everything, broke if the door was locked, they would break it open to go see what was in there. There really wasn't anything in there, but it was pretty upsetting.
Well, and it's one thing to come to you and say, do you have any video or anything like that? It's another to detain you and search your house with a search warrant. Did they tell you why?
I guess I assumed, because I lived close by or something, but I just said I'd do anything if we could find some clues that might help, but I don't think there's going to be anything in here, but go ahead and look. I mean, I didn't say you can't look. I didn't even think. It was kind of, late in the day. I'm so sorry. I'll turn that off. I get a lot of phone calls now, a lot of messages from people. How are you doing, Mary? So, yeah, and then I just decided I was much better off going to Phoenix to be with Matt and the grandkids and his wife and everything.
So when they detained you, did you know that this was related to also them investigating Luke?
No.
You had no idea?
No, I wasn't thinking this was about Luke. You know, I found out it was also about Luke, but initially, no, I was thinking it was all about Nancy Guthrie and finding her and whatnot. So, because I was thinking, I don't even think Luke probably ever watched the news and even saw Savannah on the news. I mean, I did.
Right. So when did you learn that, you know, your detainment was related to Luke's detainment in this case?
You know, I'm going to have to be sickening again right here. I just have to say it. This woman, homegirl, just said, let me tell y'all what she just said in case you missed it. She said, no, I never once thought it was Luke. Never thought it, now I'm paraphrasing in my own terms because it's funnier. No, negative. I never thought it was my son. I just thought it was the whole thing about the Nancy Guthrie case. Y'all, listen, if the FBI came and swatted my house right now, first, I'd probably shit myself and pee myself, and I've never been in trouble with a day in my life. Well, that one time when I was like 8 years old and I robbed a whole bunch of pens and paper from a convenience store. God, that was terrible. Never did it again. But anyways, other than that, I'm trying to save for when I get to go to the pokey for something that's really, really worthwhile for me. Because I don't even have a misdemeanor, y'all. I'm going to be out in 4 hours smoking a cigarette and having a Diet Coke and a coffee. But it got me that she said that she automatically just thought it had to do with the Nancy Guthrie case. Why? Why would you even consider that? You said you've been watching this case day in and day out since it started. You have heard of no other SWAT happening, no other big time deals like this. And yet you, out of everybody in the neighborhood, are the house they SWAT. And the first thing that comes to your mind is the Nancy Guthrie case. And you don't even consider the criminal son that lives with you. Make that make sense for me? I don't know. Maybe I'm not trying too hard here. I might be reaching, but that right there don't make a lick of sense. Oh, negative. Never would I think if my house got swatted right now, would I think about the biggest thing that's happened in Indianapolis right now that they're coming for me. Especially when nobody else on the street's being bothered. Why would you bother me? All I do is hang out with 3 dogs and a cat that thinks he's a dog all damn day long. And hang out with y'all. Lord have mercy. And she didn't once consider her son. It wasn't until later that she found out it had something to do with Luke. Are you fucking kidding me? Come on.
When? I'm not exactly sure when, because honestly, during this time, I was really emotional and there were lots of information coming in, and so I don't remember exactly the time, but I know that in retrospect, I know all this stuff that it did, but initially I didn't think of it being Luke as part of this because I knew it wasn't something that Luke would be involved in any way, and he wasn't. So, yeah.
And when you learned that, was there any thought could he have been involved?
No, I didn't think he ever could have been involved. Not at all. No.
So you and Luke were not involved in anything in this case.
Right, except seeing it on TV and acting and some of the consequences of, we want to search this. And I'm like, okay, if it helps find, because this was early on, we thought differently about.
Did they take anything specific from your home?
Did they take anything? I can't think of anything they took. I can't think of anything.
And did they eventually?
I might think of something later.
That's
I hate
fine.
to say it, but
yeah,
you know.
Did they eventually tell you that they were searching your home in relation to this case? Or did you this whole time think they're just looking to see if I have any surveillance video or anything like that? Like, where did that shift happen?
They didn't give me a lot of information, but I just assumed, you know, and I said, well, if it's not, like I said, if it's not something that might help us find her, then go for it if you think there's anything in here, but I don't think there is. So, yeah.
Did you ever suspect that Luke might know who was involved?
No.
Not at all.
No. Mm-mm.
So you guys were basically both detained for hours. You were questioned, your property gone through, and then released, but with not a lot of explanation as to why?
Well, I guess they just said they could do, you know, I didn't want to stop if it might be helpful, but I had no idea when. I thought they'd maybe come in and look around for an hour or something, poke around, and, you know, but yeah.
So you have not been back at your home since staying there since this?
I just got back.
What's that like?
It's really good to be back here. I was up in Phoenix with my kids and grandkids, which is wonderful, but, you know, we built our home and lived there a long time, and Matt's grown up in it, Luke's grown up in it. They're, you know, so it's, you know, it's home. So I love being there. I'm glad to be back, and it's nice to know that Luke's there and, you know, with me.
I mean, in the days since you guys were detained, it's not been an easy road for any of you, Luke especially. I mean, people still believe he is the person on the video camera. They still believe he's the person who abducted Nancy Guthrie. His face is out there. His name, your name, has been out there. How, as a family, have you emotionally dealt with that, even though you've been released?
Well, you know, things will just pop up, and I'll just feel a lot more like, even sitting here talking about it, it is very emotional. And part of me just wants to say goodbye to all this chapter.
Girlfriend, we want to say goodbye to all of it too. Okay. We thought this was going to be done within a week, but your sheriff that you probably voted in is cock blocking this whole situation happening. Okay. That's all I got to say about that. Now, Finn, I thought what you said was interesting up here. You said, is anyone familiar with an NLS? It is a gag order put on corporate records such as Uber. It tells everything. They can't tell public. They release info to police or yes. So I didn't know that's what it was called, and I don't know what those initials mean. But I remember in the Brian Kohberger case when the Uber driver is the one that got arrested again, you guys, and when the what do you call it, body cam footage came out, she was telling the cop that she happened to be the Uber driver. That's how we found out, because we knew that the cops had, of course, spoke to the Uber driver. I mean, that's just, I guess, 101 in cop investigations, right? But we weren't given a name, just like we're not given a name on this. So I knew that there had to be some kind of privacy thing in the act, which I think is a good thing. And I'm going to tell you guys why. Let's just say that there's a woman being abused by her husband. And the only way she could get out of there was to hit an Uber and take off, right? When he's at work. We don't want that husband to be able to find her. So I think it's a great thing that they have that kind of a privacy thing for that kind of instance. I mean, there's always a good and bad to every rule, right? Now, if your kid is running away and he takes an Uber out of here, we're screwed. We're going to have to get a court order to have the police pull it. So yeah, there's always a plus and a minus, right? So, but for me, as long as the police can talk to, I mean, who am I? I mean, yeah, would I love to talk to the Uber and find out what happened? Hell to the yes, I want to. But just knowing that the police were able to do it, and I know they have done it, that makes me feel better completely about it. And if it saves lives, like people who need Uber to get out of a bad situation and they need that privacy and protection, I'm all for it. If SWAT came to my house with a search, I wouldn't want to know why. That's what Peggy says. Jody says, who is this? This is the ladies whose house was swatted by the FBI back in the early days on February the 13th. Sherry says, Deborah, absolutely. I've said this whole time, Nancy has been financially helping them, and she cut them off. Tomato hot sauce dude had a large gambling debt, and I heard the house was in foreclosure. Alex Leany, do these get paid for these interviews by the network, or? That's a good question. I don't know if they got paid for it. I know some would offer. I'm sure they offered money to do this. I mean, they had the exclusive. I think once it becomes an exclusive, then yeah, somebody's going to offer up some money. I would think. I could be wrong, but that's what I would think. So don't know. And I bet you NBC, the Today Show, sure as hell wishes they had offered them money first, because everybody wants to be the first. Mommy says, I just want to say that since Miss Guthrie was reported missing, everyone in their family has had a coldness to them, feels like no sincere love for their missing loved one. Mommy, very good thought. And I'm glad you said that. I wonder how much love was given to Mommy before she went missing. I mean, we know tomato hot sauce dude, the son-in-law drops her off at home. She's got mobility issues. She's at least using a walker at the very least to get herself into the garage and then enter her home. And homeboy didn't even get out of the car. He didn't open the door for her. As far as we know, he sure as hell didn't walk her in the house. We know that. So I wonder exactly how much love Mom got before all this. Hi, Lynn. Hi, Ryan. I've explained it so many times. I'll put it up on the screen so you guys can just read it. Thank you, everybody who in chat is answering questions for me too. That is such a big help. Thank you, Dot. Thank you, anybody else who's doing it. That really is helpful to me. And it just makes people feel more welcome. And I'm grateful for that, because it really sucks going to a channel and where nobody knows your name, but you're also being ignored. That just sucks ass. I don't like it. Did you hear the rumor about the sighting of Savannah in Mexico? Yes, Sharon, I did hear that. I did, and I think I might have played. I may not have played. What didn't that come through the last supposed ransom note that TMZ got like last week or the week before? Didn't that come through that she was seen in Mexico? I don't think she's alive anymore, you guys. I want to be wrong, but I don't think she's alive anymore. And I really think she absolutely wouldn't be seen anymore at all. Who called the Uber? She called it, supposedly. Nancy's the one that called it. And I would really like to know how often she took an Uber. FinFan says, you're good enough to take her home, but you're not good enough to pick her up. And that's another question. And I try to play devil's advocate. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. Like, okay, were you guys running late? Was it I don't know. Did you get a traffic stop? Mom said, don't worry about it, guys. I'm just going to get an Uber, because what we've been told was she was very, very, how do you say it? Self-sufficient, stubborn, like she still wanted to live by herself. She still was independent. She wanted her independence. And I get that, because y'all, there's no way I'm moving in with my children. No way. I love them kids. I spit them kids out. I raise them kids. I still love them. I love their own children, but I will be damned if my kids are going to try to tell me what to do. No. I'll go in a nursing home before I ever go live with my children. And on top of that, Listen, I've always wanted to be a really good mother-in-law. I've never, ever, ever showed up at any of my married children's homes without an invite. And half the time they're invited, I'm invited over to their house. I'm like, no, negative. No, FaceTime me. We can call. All right, let's get back into this. All right, here, let's go. So again, you guys, this is Mary Chapman Daly. This is Luke Daly's mom. Her house is the one that was swatted on February the 13th, where I sat here and ate a whole jar of antacids and just swore up and down and had all kind of anxiety going on because I just knew Nancy had been found. This was her home.
So hopefully this interview will help kind of have some closure for me and for everybody else who's felt the impact, because this has been huge impact, not just here. I mean, all the family from Rhode Island called right away and said, wow, look what's happening. I mean, I was like, oh my gosh, I don't really do Instagram and TikTok and all that stuff. I'm not the right demographic. I don't spend my time doing that,
But Luke's on it. I mean, he is younger, and that is part of him, and he's had to see his face out there.
That's really a shame, I think. But I was shocked about all of that. That was an education for me in terms of a way of communicating and things people like to do, like younger people, not older people like me.
Yeah. What do you say to people who have also brought up Luke's past and kind of associated, oh, well, he's had a past with criminal activity, therefore this could be a part of this? What do you say to those people?
Well, I don't know. They don't really ask me that. My friends, I mean, I have a really good group of friends here in Tucson. And I mean, they never really questioned me about that stuff. And if they thought they didn't, come up and say, well, could he have done this? And they didn't, probably out of respect. Sure. Because they don't know, and I didn't know what all was going on sometimes, but I knew this wasn't, Luke's had other issues, but this is not the kind of thing that he had a problem with, and he's doing well now, and we're all kind of in the recovery mode, if you know what I mean, trying to get our lives back and get back to normal again and all that stuff.
For your family, it's been tough. For the Guthrie family, it's been tough. I mean, what is your thought process trying to relate to the Guthries themselves going through this, but in the most awful way, in that they've lost Nancy and there's still no answers?
Really, mostly I pray. Yeah.
And they've asked for prayers.
They've asked for prayers. And sometimes I can listen to Savannah's, she comes on and talks often. You guys all know that probably. And I've watched a little bit, but I can't watch too much because it just makes me want to cry. It's just so sad. And the longer it goes on, then the more hope is lost,
For you guys in this neighborhood, it's a very tight-knit. It's a beautiful neighborhood. It's quiet. It's quaint. To have this kind of onslaught, the media spectacle, and then to become where you are, does that change your perception of how safe home feels?
Well, I feel safe in my home now. I didn't for a while. That's why I went to Phoenix. I have wonderful neighbors that live right next door, and we're in this little cul-de-sac together. And that's where the SWAT team came up the cul-de-sac and stuff. But I stayed with them some of the time. A couple nights I stayed over at David and Margaret's house because I was uncomfortable, So, yeah, I just never thought in my life who would imagine something like this? It was so much sadness. And I want to say global, but certainly our whole country, but it goes farther than that probably.
Oh, it really does.
The way media is today. I grew up in a different era, as you know. So it's amazing how things spread.
What do you want to say to the Guthrie family, especially for you and your son, if there was any possibility they still believed you guys could be involved? What do you want to say to the Guthries?
Savannah, I am just very, very sad and sorry about Nancy. And I pray for you and your family that you heal, that you can go back to your normal place of life and resume and build with your family and your children and your husband. But I know it's going to be a challenge, but I'm going to keep praying.
And you want them to know no involvement from you and Luke.
No involvement from Luke and I, no.
It doesn't have butt loops, and it doesn't have, it looks like a zipper, but it does not have a zipper. But it does have functioning pockets, like a front.
Okay, let me take that down really quick. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. So the last two interviews we heard from, that was Luke Daly and Luke Daly's mom. Their house was swatted on February the 13th, the big day that I thought that they had found Nancy. You guys, I'm so excited. Oh my goodness, I was so excited. Anyways, their house was the one that was swatted. The dude we listened to before it, his name was Carlos. I have trouble pronouncing his name when I'm looking at it, much less when I'm not. So his last name, so I'm not going to try it. He was detained on the 11th of February. And he, we believe he is the, the door dasher or something like that, the delivery driver. You going down? Love you. Come on. Are you taking them all to bed?
They won't come.
Newt, he's going to bed. You want to go with him? Little girl, you going? They're hungry. I still got their liver on the stove. Damn it. Got to do it. How can anyone get back to normal? Yeah, exactly. Miss Barbara says, if the mother-in-law lives with Luke, if the mother lives with Luke, why was she afraid to stay at her home for 2 nights and had to stay with the neighbors? Good question. And what did Luke say? Dot says, I had jelly bean in my pocket and they fell. Estelle's been having a great time. I'll just bet. Julie said, oh, how can anyone get back to normal? Dawn says, that day was nuts. I thought they found her too leany. Oh, I was so excited. Beefcake, everybody says good night. No, he can't hear. Man can't hear. He's only got one ear. Yeah, he's got 2 ears, but I mean, he can only hear out of one ear. When he was a baby, he had cancer in one of his ears or something, and they took it out and it's never. So he sleeps on. No, it's shit. He sleeps on his good ear, so he doesn't hear nothing that goes. If I get murdered in my house at nighttime, you guys are the ones that's gonna know it first, because Beefcake can't hear a shit. He makes sure to sleep on his good ear. So when the dogs are barking and playing and all that's going on, and I'm screaming and hollering and getting too excited on this internet with y'all, he can't hear a word that's happening. It's terrible. It's really terrible. It's terrible. Anyways, all right. So thank you guys so much for being here. Will you do me a favor and hit the thumbs up or find the like button and do that? And now we're going to go watch Mr. Pretty Eyes. Y'all already know. You already know who it is. Brian Enton, Mr. Pretty Eyes himself, oh, and Luke Daly, you also pissed me off when you said, when you were telling people in that interview not to pay attention to people online talking and shit like that. If it wasn't for the online people, like all of us in this chat right now, there's not many people that are doing lives on Nancy Guthrie every day anymore. This case would already be completely not even heard of until something big broke in the case, because that's what the media does. And I'm not blaming them for that. That's their jobs. But normal people like us, like just regular people that hang out and we just like true crime cases and we're sick in the head, but we just dig it and we like to talk about it. We're the ones that stay in and day out, and we get invested. All right, let's go. Brian Enton, you guys, he's the first person that I heard today. You guys may already have seen this about the hair. The hair that was is sent now to Quantico. So let's listen to that because Nancy Grace also touched on that, who is the GOAT, y'all. She is my boo thing, okay? So these are my go-tos. I love me some Nancy Grace, and I love me this Mr. Pretty Eyes right here, pretty teeth, pretty lips, Brian, all right? These people don't even know I'm alive, y'all. But if you ever see him out, just say, y'all, Helene loves you. Let me give him a thumbs up here. Not that my little thumbs up matters, but it really, really, really does, y'all. And I'm already subscribed. All right. So our source, you guys, is Brian Enton Investigates. He's titled it Hair from Inside Nancy Guthrie's House, sent to the FBI lab. And he dropped this yesterday. Let me just read this to you. It says, sources say some DNA evidence from Nancy Guthrie House has been sent to the FBI's lab for advanced analysis. The evidence includes hairs, plural, found in Guthrie's home, according to sources. Can you tell us your source? This comes after evidence has already been tested through the Florida lab at the Pima County Sheriff's Office that the Pima County Sheriff's Office uses. The latest breaking developments and what they could mean in this episode of Brian Enton Investigates. Thank you for having us, Brian. We love you so much. Shout out, Big Daddy. All right, here we go. Watch your guys' ears.
For checking out my show. Really, really appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
Please click
We
to
love you.
subscribe.
No
I've got some
problem.
breaking news.
Gotcha.
It's kind of a last minute episode that I'm throwing together because of this information that I've been able to confirm involving the DNA in the Nancy Guthrie case. So I've confirmed that some DNA evidence, I'm reading this exactly because I want to get exactly what I got from my source right. Some DNA evidence from Nancy Guthrie's home has been sent to the FBI's lab for advanced analysis. I'm told that the evidence includes hairs found in Guthrie's home. And that's an interesting part of this because we haven't known in the past that some of the evidence that they are testing for DNA has been hairs. This comes after evidence has already been tested through a Florida lab that the Pima County Sheriff's Office uses. So essentially, hairs that have been found inside Nancy Guthrie's home are now being tested by the FBI after already going to the Florida lab. Why would they need to go to the FBI lab if they've already been sent to the Florida lab? I'm going to have Cece Moore on in a second here, genealogist and FBI and DNA expert, to explain that. And the answer is actually very interesting, and I'm going to let her explain it because she can explain it much better than I can because she's the expert. Also, Pima County Sheriff put out a statement regarding this new reporting. They say Pima County Sheriff's Department has worked with the FBI since the beginning of the Guthrie investigation. This is not new information. The private lab we utilize in Florida continues to share information with the FBI lab and other partner labs across the country. DNA analysis remains ongoing. And when they say other partner labs across the country, this is because, remember, they've been having issues with some of the DNA that is mixed. And to separate it out can be a complicated process. So other labs may have different technology. The FBI may have different technology, which is why this evidence is now being sent out to the FBI to test. But again, the hairs in particular are interesting. And that's what I want to talk to Cece more about and find out, is this progress? Could this mean that we are actually getting closer to some real progress in the Nancy Guthrie case? Cece, thank you for joining me. I know it was late notice with this kind of just developing here within the last couple of hours. But I want to see what you think is going on behind the scenes here, because what I have from my source is that DNA evidence from Nancy Guthrie's home has been sent to the FBI lab for advanced analysis, and the evidence includes hairs found in Guthrie's home. So the fact that it's hairs, what does that tell you?
Well, I've been really hoping that maybe they did have some hair to work with. Because of the more recent advancements in the field, hair absolutely can make the case solvable. So I'm really excited. And the fact that they sent it to the FBI is interesting to me because they don't have the technology to extract SNPs from rootless hair. And I am assuming it's rootless hair, because if it had a root, it would be really quite straightforward. And the lab in Florida would have already done that. And maybe the case would already be solved. And so this is very likely a rootless hair or a hair shaft, which until recently we were all told did not contain any useful DNA for forensics or for this type of analysis. So the FBI regularly works with a company called Estrella Forensics in UC Santa Cruz, founded by Dr. Richard Ed Green, who is brilliant. And he is one of those people I love that proved everyone else wrong when he was able to refine a technology, create and refine a technology to extract SNP profiles from rootless hair. And I personally have helped solve 6 cases, I think it is now, that only had rootless hair as the physical evidence. And there are many, many more that have been solved and are in the process of being solved. So it opens up many thousands of cases for being able to finally be solved that don't have any other type of DNA evidence. So I've talked about this a lot in this case, that I was hoping there might be the opportunity to find some hair. Now we just have to hope that it is the person or persons, one of the persons who kidnapped Nancy.
And so before, I'm trying to make sure I understand you correctly. So before, when there was hair found that didn't have the root, it was just deemed to not really be that useful, and that has now changed?
Yes, so you could get mitochondrial DNA from it only. Mitochondrial DNA can be good for helping to rule people out. It's not so good for ruling people in, because so many people share the same profile. And so it was kept in many of these cases, fortunately, but not analyzed, because there wasn't really anything to do with it genetically. Now, they might have looked at it to see if it was consistent with a suspect's hair or the victim's hair, for instance, but not any type of DNA analysis. So that's changed dramatically over the last couple of years or few years with Dr. Ed Green's innovation and his great team over at Estrella. And the FBI is regularly using them. They used them in the Gilgo Beach murder case. And that is one of the things that helped them zero in on Rex Heuermann. And there hasn't been a lot of talk on that, actually, but that was really important because they set case precedent there when the judge allowed that to be entered, or was going to allow it to be in the evidence in the trial, which now isn't going to happen. So it's something that the FBI would have known immediately was very valuable. And I'm a little surprised it didn't go directly to Estrella, but it makes sense perhaps that it would go to the FBI and then to Estrella. You know, they might have some processing they want to do first.
And I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I'm just thinking about hair in someone's house. Like, isn't there a good chance this could be Nancy's hair, or this could be just a family member's hair, or anybody's hair that was in the house and maybe not the suspect?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's again, kind of a Hail Mary, like we've talked about more recently in this case. Everything is getting to that point, I feel, because so much time has gone by, but you just never know what that one little piece of evidence is that can break a case wide open. So we can just hold out hope that this is going to be from an unknown male that they aren't able to trace to, being in that home for another reason. And sometimes you don't know if it's male or female. I mean, you don't really, unless it's long and dyed, it might be more obvious. Like in the Gilgo Beach murder cases, some of those hairs traced back to Rex Heuermann's wife and his daughter. And so they have to process the hair to determine, is it male or female?
Do they always send the items like the hair around to the different labs, or are they just sending the data that's already been collected?
They would have to actually send the physical hair to Estrella because they are the ones that have that capability to extract that DNA from the hair shaft. Now, this is something I know that DNA Labs International has been working on for a long time as well. I have not yet seen any successful cases from rootless hair in their coming out of their lab, though. But it may be something that they are hoping to be able to do in this case. I just saw them at a conference. I know they're working very hard on working with hair shafts, not only for SNPs, but for STRs. They mentioned that during one of the presentations this week. Now, that would be a huge breakthrough if you can extract STRs, because that is that corded miscible standard law enforcement profile that has been used for many, many years, for decades. And that has yet to be accomplished. And so that is something that I heard this week that many labs are working toward right now.
Is it possible that, I'm just trying to think, because we only have like vague information about what's going on. Is it possible that this is not rootless hair, that this is DNA from regular hair, and they're trying to do genetic genealogy, and that's why that would go to the FBI?
That doesn't really make sense to me, because if it had a root, that's a very standard type of analysis. It would not be mixed. It would be a single source profile from that root. And I don't see a reason they wouldn't have already started genetic genealogy through DNA Labs International. They have their own program to do that. If there had been a hair found with root that traced back to an unknown male in that home, I suspect this case would already be solved. So that leads me to believe it's much more likely it's a rootless hair. Otherwise, it just would have stayed in that lab in Florida.
And remember, they said that there was DNA that was mixed from inside the home, and that was one of the challenges that they were having. How does that fit into this new piece of information? Because like you said, if they have hairs, that's not mixed, right?
Right. It might be contaminated and they have to clean it. And we see that a lot with rootless hair, because oftentimes it does have contamination, but it's only on the outside. So they're able to clean that and get past that to the DNA of the person who had that hair on their head. So the mixed sample would just be a completely different sample.
Okay.
So this is what I've been talking about a lot, was the hope that they had dozens or hundreds of other pieces of evidence that they were processing, or maybe went back and found after the first DNA collection, because that mixed sample is going to take some time, clearly, based on what we've heard. And so I was hopeful there might be something else that would pop up in this case that could be a faster way of identifying this person. So I think these are two completely separate things.
Okay, so these are different items that they found, the hair and then something else that's mixed.
Right, and that's more likely going to be something like transfer DNA, maybe a doorknob, or maybe a bed sheet, something like that in her bedding. You wouldn't think there'd be a lot of mix there, but you never know, does she do her own laundry? Does she have a house cleaner? That type of thing. And so I'm more hopeful about this. If they really do have a rootless hair and it is from that kidnapper, then this is going to be the piece of information that will solve the case.
Does rootless hair take a long time to analyze?
Generally, it does. Yeah. My experience is it can take a number of months. I'm sure they would push this to the top of the priority list because it's still a hot case versus many of the cases we're using rootless hair on that are, decades old. And so hopefully it will be quicker than my experience has been with it, but it can take many, many months. And sometimes it takes multiple tries. The first couple times they just don't get anything, or they don't get a viable profile or enough of the snips out of it. And they have to keep trying, and eventually they're able to do that.
Who decides, like when we hear, okay, it went to Florida labs, now it's going to go to FBI, it might go to a couple of different labs too. Like is that the law enforcement agency making that decision?
Yeah, it would typically be PEMA, but once the FBI becomes involved, things can really change. And so it depends who is in charge of this piece of evidence. If it's the FBI, I think it's very likely it will go to Estrella because they work with them so successfully and so often. If it is up to Pima County, it may go back to DNA Labs International to try to extract that SNP profile from the rootless hair. And maybe even they're working on trying to get an STR profile out of it.
But overall, this to you is positive?
It's really exciting, actually. I mean, I don't want to get everyone's hopes up too much because we've hit so many brick walls here, but it's the first positive thing I've heard for a while. So let's just keep all our fingers crossed that this isn't from a known visitor to her home or one of the family members or Nancy herself. And it really could help push the case across the finish line.
And this is just my last question. This might be a stupid question, but does the color of the hair matter? Like if they see that it was Nancy's color, does that come into play?
Well, I think the FBI may be looking at that before they invest in the rootless hair technology because it is still new and very expensive. And I'm sure they're willing to spend money on this case, but they don't want to just throw it away. If it turns out to be Nancy's hair, they will have wasted thousands and thousands of dollars and time on that. And so I think it should be pretty obvious if it's her hair. We know what her hair looked like. We know the color. You know, if there's gray if it's brown and gray, look, you know, in her length, then it may not be something useful. But if it's a completely different color and length, then I think they very well will, you know, may likely move forward and invest in that analysis and the time to get that done.
Okay, I really hate to cut in on Cece because y'all, she's the bomb diggity. Okay. Rebecca says all hair have roots. It's just not all the hairs that come out have the root attached. That's why I stopped it, just to let you guys know that in order for something to grow, it has to have a root. So yes, doesn't matter where the hair is on your body, there is a root to it. And sometimes hair just falls out and the root didn't come with it. That's why when you see like police videos and they go in and they take hair sample DNAs and they've got the tweezers, like they seriously like pull really fast because they're hoping to get that whole root ball out of there as well. That's what I'm saying. We don't know where this hair came from, you guys. I mean, it could have been walked in, you know, could have been on. Prayerfully, Nancy jerked his mask off his face and there was hair dropped from that. That's just a hopeful. But I mean, even I said it before we started watching this, that I too hated being a Debbie Downer because I don't want to put so much into this that this is going to break the case because we have been let down so much. I think we've got more of a higher percentage that the hair that the FBI has is that, in fact, of somebody that was either walked in like on a piece of clothing or a shoe or brought in with some groceries or something like that, sadly. And they won't tell us where they found it. Y'all, if they found it in her bed, though, like on the sheets, prayerfully, then I'm with Cece. You can kind of tell by looking at the color, the length, the shape of the hair, if it belonged to Nancy. But of course, they would still send it in just to be sure, because we don't know what the hair looks like underneath that cap he was wearing. So you would have to send it in anyways. But I'm really hopeful that that's where it was found and that she ripped that off of his face and just got hair all over her bed. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Oh, I'd be so happy. All right, so let's finish up with her and then we're going to watch one more thing and then I'm going to let you guys go because nobody needs this much of me in one day. Believe me, ask my family. I'm a lot.
Well, thank you, Cece, for hopping on here
Yes,
so quickly.
thank you, Cece.
Let
We
me
love
mention
you.
one more thing.
Yeah,
If Hera
please.
died, what I heard early on from the labs that were trying to develop this type of analysis, which DNA Labs International was one of them, way back I heard they wanted to be able to do this. They said that when hair is dyed, it can interfere. So since you asked about color, dyed hair can interfere with the process in some cases. And some people have a lot more DNA in their hair shaft than others, is what I've been told as well. So it's not,
interesting.
yeah, it's not automatic. DNA Labs International very early on, I think way back in 2019, told me they were testing hair from different people in their lab. And they were so surprised they weren't able to necessarily predict whose would be the most DNA rich. So I don't know if that's because that was early techniques and things have now been refined, but it was interesting to learn about. I mean, it's really exciting when we see these innovations and we see these possibilities opening up that didn't exist before.
So to make sure I understand you correctly, rootless hair, it's not all the same. I mean, like one could have more DNA on it than another. If someone had dyed their hair,
It's in it. Yeah,
it's in it.
The chemical process can damage the DNA apparently. But like I said, I was told that a few years ago. It's possible they have now dealt with that challenge and got beyond it. I haven't heard what Estrella thinks about that and how they're dealing with it. But there definitely are some hair samples that are more challenging to extract that DNA profile from than others. So wish them luck and hope this finally brings her home.
Great. Thank you, Cece.
Thank you so much. It's great talking to you again.
As always, I really appreciate Cece Moore for talking with me. She's just got so much
All right,
knowledge when it
guys.
comes to all of this.
Sorry, I thought I had
And
muted
at the end
myself.
of the
I was
day, I've
gonna
heard
finish
over and over
working.
again that it could be the DNA that breaks the case open. It really could. So appreciate you guys for checking out my show. Again, kind of just threw this one together. Sorry, I told you guys.
No problem, Brian. Thank you for having us. We love you so much, Mr. Pretty Eyes. Listen, CC is thebomb.com, y'all, in case you don't know. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here. Hi, Lori. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you guys so much. So, yeah, in case you haven't heard, supposedly, we didn't get this from the Sheriff's Department nor the FBI, but supposedly, there was somebody detained for questioning. I'm not saying arrested. Detainment and arresting is two different things completely. Somebody was detained last night for questioning in the Nancy Guthrie case. Now, the first person that I know of that reported on that was Nancy Grace. Y'all, she's my boo thing, and I believe every word she says. And so that is where everybody that I know of has heard it from, including myself, and I played it from that. So I tend to believe that's true, but what happened today on the Today Show also made me think, and that is that Savannah Guthrie left she left the Today Show set mid some kind of interview or set, like they've handed away 1 minute she's there, 1 minute she's not. They're in the middle of, I think, interviewing somebody. I looked a little at it and then I was like, gotta go live, gotta get it out there. Gotta talk to my people. Anyways, so for a while, Savannah Guthrie left the set of the Today Show today at some point and came back a little bit later. Now, I saw that on my Facebook group, Find Nancy Guthrie. And so I thought, somebody probably put that shit out there, just for clickbait or whatever. So I went into comments because there are people in the comments that watch the Today Show. I do not. And a lot of people were saying, well, she didn't come back full time. So maybe that part of her segment was over. And they were like, nope, didn't look right. You could definitely tell that she exited the stage and then she came back later. So that got me to thinking after I found out that Nancy Grace had reported that her sources are telling her that there was someone detained for questioning last night. It made me think these two are coinciding together. That maybe, you guys, like I said in the beginning of this, it's not like, Savannah Guthrie is working for the 7-Eleven down the street, y'all. She gets an important phone call. She's like, excuse me, manager dude, I'll be right back because I got to take this call. It's an emergency. And the manager will come up there and run the cash register. No. She's on international TV. Okay. So that means to me, she takes a break, not at break time, but in the middle of a segment. And so that tells me that something was that important to draw her away from the big money and the serious job that she does. So for me, it kind of all coincides together. Maybe she was asked a certain question that they needed answered by whoever it is that they had detained. They needed information from her that only a perpetrator would know, or maybe I'm sure if they were just updating her, like, hey, like, we detained him, we let him go, or something like that. I think that they're smart enough that they would call whoever and say, look, have her call us on her break so we can give her, so they can give her a breakdown on what all happened. But to stop her in the middle of her show and take her away to what I believe now is she was taking a call from something with the investigation and then have her come back. It makes sense to me. I may be wrong, but maybe not. I'm loving your cow. Honey, that one's not my cowgirl pic right there, y'all. I have a co-host. Her name is Maggie. You're gonna fall in love with her. I'm telling you right now. Y'all are gonna fall in love with Maggie. She is on a bereavement break right now. Sweet Maggie lost her very best friend in this whole world. Her sidekick, her soul, her soulmate, the love of her life, her little Jessie dog, who was a very big part of our channel as well, as well as all of our animals. We all love our animals here, and we'll just bring them up and show pictures and let y'all be a part of it. So she's dealing with it, you guys. She's struggling. She lost Jessie 2.5 weeks ago, and it was totally unexpected. Not that that hurts any less, but it was terrible. And we love our Mags. But anyways, Maggie made, when I started doing dabbling a little bit in true crime here, true crime there, Maggie made me that avatar because somebody was being mean to me. Which is usually what happens, to tell you guys the truth. Like, if somebody's mean to me, I kind of make a joke out of it. So I was covering I won't mention names because nobody's worth that, right? To give them more airtime. But I was covering we were hard and heavy on the Idaho 4 case because I had planned on going live and covering the court case, right? Like being there. And I was waiting with bated breath. All of the mods were on bated breath hold. Maggie was on bated breath hold. I mean, we just knew at any time, if anything happened, we just boom, went live right away. Kind of like what we did with the Nancy thing. I was running lives in the middle of the night. My co-host from England was running lives in the middle of the day, and we were covering everything we knew and heard about Nancy just to keep it going. And anyways, so this guy who will not be mentioned was very kind of mean. And I don't even know why, other than I wouldn't let him come to the channel because he's a fucking idiot. And I don't deal well with fucking idiots. And I don't like him. And I usually love everybody. I really do. It's really it's a problem with me. It's a whole situation. But anyways, I gave him chance after chance after chance, and he was a complete dick. Well, then when I blocked him from the channel, then he started going to other channels and talking about how I don't know what I'm doing and blah, blah, blah. And I think I'm a detective. So instead of fighting with him, why would I? I just came over here and I asked Maggie, can you make me a detective avatar? And I'll just fucking make fun of it. And so every time I cover true or do something that has to do with true crime, I usually use that one. Here's my cowboy one. I'll show you. All of my pictures Maggie made too. That's the truth. And a lot of them, listen, these are all newer ones. The ones we had when we first started our channel, we were catfishing. We told everybody we were catfishing, by the way. When I started my channel 2 years ago, I had my very first live, I had 8 people in there. And the most of the 8 was family members or real life friends. Melly Joe was in there, who was my top mod here, never left us. And I think Miss Barbara was in, our matriarch was in the very first live too, never left us. And then it wasn't long, like most of us that have been here. I mean, we've just been here like the first 2 weeks. So anyways, this is what I told everybody. I was like, look, I never want a big channel. We don't have to have a big channel. I want to find people that don't want to do, just are sick of the drama, whether it's sick of the drama for 6 weeks or just sick of the drama or just doesn't want to do the drama. That's what I want. I want people that come in and tell me about their everyday life. I want people that come in here to get away from their everyday life. I don't want to take this thing so seriously. I mean, we've had to deal with some serious issues. I mean, that's just part of life. But that's what I wanted. I wanted to do a channel that was just life. And Not hiding my crazy, because believe you me, I am a freaking crazy. And that's what, and so I always said, I said, look, I'm going to promote the channel. If you guys will help me promote the channel, I'm going to promote the channel until we get to 1,000 subs. When I got to 1,000 subs, I told everybody, when I get to 1,000 subs, I will never ask anybody ever to sub up to me again. And I kept my word. We got to 1,000 subs within 10 months. Now, we worked our asses off. Seriously. We went live every night for at least 8 to 10 hours every night. But we were having a really good time. It wasn't like, for me, I mean, I was exhausted. The mods were exhausted. We were all exhausted. And it wasn't like we set out to do every night 8 to 10 hours so we could hurry and get to 1,000 subs. It was just that we were having so much fun. And so I was like, look, what we're going to do is we're going to catfish. So everybody is got to submit a picture to Maggie, and everybody's getting a bikini pic, and we'll use our faces, but we're going to have these smoking hot bodies. Okay. And so if you came in here during that time, especially the guys, they were just dropping in and out. You can only imagine. And I had a shtick. I need you to come up on panel, and then I'm going to need you to take the shirt off. Y'all, it worked perfect. It was the greatest combination of crazy, flirtatious, and I don't even know how to say anything about it other than that. So my mods all had a bikini pic. I had a bikini pic. Maggie had a bikini pic. And everybody that came in, they're like, oh, you're so beautiful. We were straight up. We're like, we're totally catfishing you. We look nothing like that. I guarantee you. We just need you to sub up because I need to get to 1,000 subs. After 10 months and we got to 1,000 subs, I quit doing it and took down the bikini pics. I've still got a couple, but I don't show them. And I've never asked anybody to sub up since then. And the only thing I ever ask is that I get 100 likes, unless I do just like an hour live. Then of course I'm not going to get 100 likes, you know. But like if I'm doing like this, where it takes me 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, then I don't think it's too much to ask somebody just to double tap their screen. I am monetized, but I don't push membership. In fact, I don't even want you guys to member up, to tell you the truth. The only reason I have memberships is because I liked making really sickening and inappropriate emojis that you guys can see. So my mods are pretty much just my mods are members here, which is fine. We just use that money and pay StreamYard so I could do what I do every night or every time I come on. And I get to, well, I don't get to, but I get to tell Lunch Lady, who has also is a mod here. She's also the manager of the channel. She has written all of our songs, and I'm not talking about AI. Can you guys still hear me? And I, before the AI songs really came out, Lunchy had wrote many songs for this channel because she got tired of me playing the StreamYard songs. So a lot of the songs that you guys hear on the channel won't make a lick of sense unless you've been here since the very beginning. Because a lot of it has to do with the lives that we used to do and the craziness that we did. But anyways, I don't know how I got on all that. I'm just trying to explain the channel to you guys and how I got that avatar. But then we did go through a Western period. So the new avatar I just put up is my cowboy one. And then I have one for high tea, because one day I'm going to meet somebody over in England that actually has high tea. And also it's my Southern girl one. Okay. Like this girl right here, y'all. Let me tell you about her. She's just a Southern belle from the South, y'all. She just loves everybody. But anyway, that's who that is. But the rest of them I think are just me. Oh, but I do have this other one. Yeah, I'll tell you guys about it later. It's a whole thing, and I don't want to bore you guys half to death. But anyways, the channel is just the channel. There is on my homepage, there is a description of what we do here. It doesn't even touch it. It really doesn't. I think that I can't think of anything we haven't done besides, I just can't think of anything. And Miss Barbara, yeah, you were the very first member. Anyways, I've been blessed that whereas people have, people come and go, and that's okay because we all keep growing, right? Good night, Deborah. So good to see you. Oh, you're from, wait a minute. Are you from Outback and still get the speed on my YouTube channel? Are you from Australia? Because I feel like most of my mods are from Australia. Anyways, I've been really blessed, and and it's been a hit and run and a miss and hit, and sometimes I've gotten my heart hurt, and then other times I haven't. And I've learned that it's okay when people leave, because not everybody was supposed to stay in your life and take up a seat at your table and drink your coffee. Some people are just meant to come in, leave a footprint in your house, and leave. And I've found that out and realized that through this journey of YouTube. But I wouldn't give anything for the people I've met, whether I've only got to talk to them for 5 minutes, or if I've talked to them and I hang out with them on a daily through a device. I'm just grateful, and I listen. This isn't my jam. I'm not my jam. There is no way at all that I would ever hang out with me. I'm being real. I'm being so truthful with you. I think I'm born as fuck. I have a potty mouth. I have a problem. I always have a situation. I'm always getting myself into trouble. I'm always doing something that nobody's even surprised at the stupidity that I find myself into. I just feel like I am my mother, my mom, from the time I was a little girl, used to tell me, Lainey, you're blundering through life. I need you to take your heads out of the cloud, start paying attention to everything that's going on around you, because you see everything different. You're not paying attention. And she's right. I romanticize everything. And I still do. So I'm still blundering through life, y'all. I'm 56 years old. I've got 5 kids, 4 of which that are married. My baby child, y'all, is graduating college on May 2nd, and I am an emotional wreck about that, to tell you the truth. I'm a boo-hoo a whole lot. I've got 10 grandchildren, 10 from ages 17 to newborn. I've been married my whole life, and that is not exaggeration. One day you'll know. I'm a dog mom and a cat mom, but my cat thinks he's a dog. And I have all of you, and that's it. I scare you. Alex, it's so funny that you say that. People tell me, I do get that a lot, that I scare. And it's because I can't listen. I'm human. I can get shitty. And I know that. I've come a long way, come a real long way. But when I get pissed off, I get pissed off. And sometimes it just can't be helped. It just, we have a come to Jesus meeting, and then I'm done with it. I don't ever bring it back up again. I'm over it. I'm done. I don't hold grudges. I don't get offended. I'm sarcastic. I love too big, and I sometimes love too much, and I can be a total bitch. And I understand that. So I apologize. But anyways, let's get back into this. I'm sorry I talked to you guys too much about that. That was just crazy. I don't know why I went into all that, but that's what happens here, you guys. That's what happens. I just end up like on a freaking can't keep it together. I blame menopause. All right, let me put back on my avatar because y'all, I'm a sleuth. I'm a sleuth. Shout out to the guy who was mean to me so I could get that cute picture there. All right. So suck it. All right, let's get back to this. The other night my title was about this right here, actually. It was about retribution, and I wanted to talk about the Sheriff Nanos. And I talked a little bit about it right when I went live tonight. And I said, I have to consider and I have to talk about that. It just could, no matter how much I don't want it to be true, because I like to see the good in people. And I don't ever want to ever know that there was someone in law enforcement, even though I know it happens all the time. I don't ever want to ever know anybody or see anybody that is in any kind of position of authority that abuses it. I just can't. I just can't handle it. And so all this time, you know, since we've been covering Nancy Guthrie, there's been plenty of people that come in here and said that sheriff's crooked and he's got something to do with this and he's the whole reason and this and that. And y'all didn't say nothing to him. I'm just like, you know what? You could be right, because they could be. They just could be, even though that's not what I believe. That doesn't mean that they don't have the right to their own belief, right? And as long as they're being respectful, the way they're putting it, like not telling me I'm fucking stupid for believing the way that I believe, then you could have any opinion you want to here. Stay all you want to. You don't have to believe what I believe. We just have to respect people's right to have their own opinion. And that's all I ask. Just don't be ugly about it and don't call each other names. Because if anybody's calling each other names, that means I'm calling you a name and you're getting kicked out of here as soon as I'm done reaming your ass. That's what happens. Anyways, but then we ended up on something else that had happened, and I didn't get to do the one that I wanted to do about Sheriff I Don't Know and retribution, and the fact that he very well could be involved in this, because nothing is out of the realm of possibilities right now. And what signs are pointing to the fact that the sheriff knows something or knows of someone in this case. And so I felt like it was fair that I needed to do that. But like I said, something had broke, and so we covered that with the Nancy Guthrie thing, and I never got back to this. So I just and eventually I'll get to that one. But Brian Enton, Mr. Pretty Eyes right here, this is the video that I was going to play the other night. Y'all, I thought it was so freaking fascinating. Oh, and then and maybe you won't, maybe you don't, maybe you think this is just crap, you know. And if it is, and you're done listening to my mouth and Brian's mouth, and I understand, I get that. And thank you for the time that you did spend with me. I appreciate you so much, and I hope you come back. But right now we're going to listen to this one. Brian dropped this 7 days ago, but I had just found it like 4 or 5 days ago. So this was day 69, and it's called Manhunter Profile on Nancy Guthrie Abduction, Motive and Why Retribution Could Be the Factor. Now, I haven't watched this all the way through. I don't know if it has something to do with the sheriff, but since I was already thinking on doing the sheriff, and is Nancy's abduction retribution for something that the sheriff did, or something the sheriff is doing because of someone else? I want to know. But so I listened to like probably 10 or 15 minutes, and I thought, this woman is freaking brilliant, and I've never heard her speak before. And so I was like, I'm gonna bring it to the channel, see what they have to say about it. And I'll be damned, somebody had already watched it and said, Lainey, you got to watch that. And I was like, oh my God. So it was just confirmation to me that I should do it. So that's what we're going to listen to right now. Our source is Brian Enton Investigates. Shout out to Mr. Pretty Eyes. We love you so much. Thanks for inviting us in your little corner of the world. All right, guys, I'm going to shut the hell up, make some dog food, and let's listen to Brian. Of course, there's not Melly Joe.
Motive what may be, why she thinks it may have something to do with retribution, and why she believes the FBI should be looking back at Nancy's associates going back a decade or more. There's a lot that I hadn't thought about before.
Yo, I have to say this every time I watch Brian. This is neither here nor there, and it doesn't have to do with the Nancy Guthrie case, but I can't even see his legs, and I'm telling you, every time he walks, it looks like he's trying to walk because he has to pee. You know how as women we throw one leg in front of the other and we keep it real tight there so that we don't pee ourselves? Let's just be real. This is real world problems, y'all, for women. It looks like he's either walking like that or he's bow-legged. And I think that's why he don't show his legs. Brian, all I have to say is, honey, 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 don't ever do a crime, because I will be able to pick you out of a walking lineup like that. And I've never seen your legs. But look at how, y'all, I'm telling you, he's doing the pee walk. He's doing the pee walk, but he does it all the time.
And I'm going to get into it in this episode of Brian Ensign Investigates.
Dr. Ann Burgess, it's so nice to meet you. I've been, I don't know if fan is the right word, but a follower of yours for a long time, and I appreciate you taking the time to join me today.
Sure, happy to. Thank you for the invitation.
I think most people, at least in my audience, know that you're a famed forensic profiler. But tell us a little bit about your background, just for people who don't know.
Yeah, I think that my research started back when I was at newly associate professor at Boston College, and Linda Holmstrom invited me to be on her research project on rape victims, and that's really what started this. And from there, we looked at 135 victims and were able to come up with some important publications. But then the other big break I got was being invited down to the behavioral science unit to teach the special agents. Everybody had the same thing. What's really interesting is, how do you talk to a victim? It was kind of like they were some group that you needed special skills to do. And I thought, here are these FBI agents that go out and interview, killers and all of that. And they seemed a little bit timid around rape victims. So anyway, that's really what started me, is how do you talk to people that have been through what we call the traumatic experience? And that really has been the basis for my work. And then the profiling, of course, I helped them develop the methodology for profiling from the work they were doing.
Walking makes you old. Tai Chi makes you young. Make it a habit.
Yeah, it's fascinating. With the Nancy Guthrie case, it's been more than 2 months now. I was on the ground in Tucson for almost 50 days total covering it. And I thought, surely in a couple of weeks, there'll be some kind of resolution to this. And from the sources that I have on the inside, there's not a suspect. I don't think there's any good leads right now. I don't think I call it a cold case, because they're still working it really hard. Are you surprised it's taking this long?
Well, I kind of was with you. I thought this would be wrapped up, that this was a kidnapping and this would be wrapped up fairly quickly. But as you get into it now, as you know, we're pretty handicapped with we don't have a lot of information that we can use. So normally would have a lot more information. We have almost zero information. But I think the other thing that complicates this case is that the DNA, that evidently they have some little bit, but it's going to be very hard to separate out the DNA from family members or other who's known and so forth. So I think they really, they're at a hard place right now, unless the only thing that makes me think you could break open this case is if indeed there are more than one person involved in this, whether it be because of setting it up or because of trying to kidnap her, et cetera, et cetera. If there's multiple offenders, you can sometimes get them to break. Each one will break on the other. So that's the only thing. This is a tough case. You just don't have enough. As you said, even if you had inside information, you still don't have enough because there's just no... there is some information, I think, with nothing missing. That's the other thing is, how do you have a kidnapping? Well, you could have a kidnapping with just the person, of course. You have that in children, but it's very rare in elders. And even you go online, the amount of elders that are missing is very small. And if it is, they're missing for other reasons, not because of a kidnapping. So all of those things you have against you in terms of trying to even come up with a profile, because it's such a small population that would ever abduct an elder. So no evidence. That's and the mixed DNA. I think that's what's really hard.
When you were working with the profiling unit, do they have enough to come up with something at this point, just based on what happened? But, there's that photo from the front camera. Is there something more that they could be releasing to the public that would help with tips and sort of help narrow down the search?
Yeah, absolutely. And I know I've been on a few other blogs way back when this first came out, and I always wanted to know, how did they get in? That's one of your first questions. Somebody had to have gotten in. There's no forced entry. There's nothing. So how that could have helped an awful lot if you.
Hi, Dan. I'm Lena. Very nice to meet you. I appreciate the view, and I appreciate your take on this and what you believe to be true, and you're welcome to that. But we're not going to be disrespectful to the elderly, especially. There's nothing funny about it. Nobody here is not facing reality. I believe her to be dead too, but I damn sure am not going to put it that way. Now, in my own living room, to my dogs and to myself, maybe, but I have to respect other people's feelings. And here, so do you. So you're welcome to think she's passed away all you want to. You're welcome to believe how she passed away all you want to. But nobody here's not facing reality. We all just have our own theories. And people would rather hope than to read into what could be. All right. So be a little bit more respectful. Think what you want, say what you want, but do it respectfully, because you're not the only one in the room. Thanks. If not, stage right, honey. Stage right. There is a channel for you out there. I promise you. Promise. Now, quit being rude. Quit being fucking rude. We're trying to watch Pretty Eyes here with this very nice lady. Her house was literally surrounded by criminals that night. I'm just stating facts. Everybody's stating facts, okay? According to us, ourselves. But it's the way you put it. So all I'm asking is be respectful. That's it. Choose your words. Don't be offensive.
Could have, I mean, we have to just speculate that it was someone that either watched when this garage door went up, or had been in there when she had gone out and was hiding there. I mean, all of those scenarios I've seen. I've actually had cases where that's happened, but you just have to say these are possibilities. And why would they? I think motive is important. I don't mean motive in terms of, yes, they tried to get her out. Of course, that we see that. But what is behind what's the real motive? Is this something against her, a 84-year-old woman, or is this against somebody else within the family? We do know that can be in other cases. I think what you're asking is how many other cases have we seen in which we were able to develop a profile, and then you work your legacy cases against what you have current. That's always been my way of working these cases.
So is there something more they could be releasing at this point based on a profile?
Oh, I do. I think they could release something about entry. That's why you can't have this without having somebody getting into the house, right? I mean, we all agree. And then they leave by a different exit. I think that's important. I did learn in one case where she also had another way out. There was a sliding door. You probably know this, to a little kind of enclosed area that she would go out to and read or write in her journal. And if she was writing in her journal, that would be wonderful to be able to get access to that. I don't see why that would compromise anything. So to answer your question, I think there are other small bits of evidence that could be released that people could then have more to be able to, again, hypothesize on or to speculate. I think they could let more out.
Based on what you know that's public, what is your theory? I mean, do you think this was a kidnapping?
Oh, I think something went very wrong inside the house. And that either she wasn't alive when something happened, because there was blood. I mean, they have released that, and that there was blood also outside. So it isn't that something could have happened, but not have caused her demise. But because she at least gets out. So you've got some droplets. Again, we don't even know how much you have to analyze. And then why does it stop? Where does it go? Those kinds of things. Does it go into a car? Does it follow a path? Is it those kinds of things? It's just like it vanishes. She just vanishes. And so could they let a little bit more out? Yes, I think that they should, as this case has continued, as you said, for over 2 months. That's it's not a long time in terms of a kidnapping. We know that it can take a long time, but we only have cases usually of children is taken for ransom is what we go by, but not the elder.
Yeah, that's what I've wondered, Dr. Burgess. Like, of all the people that you could kidnap, and let's just say this was because of the daughter, Savannah Guthrie, and you were going to try to get money, but still to take an 84-year-old woman who Savannah Guthrie said sometimes even has trouble walking to the mailbox. And there's a lot of rich people around. I just wonder why do you think this woman, why an 84-year-old woman?
Well, unless it was the target was somebody else in the family, and the object was to get someone that was close to that. That is a possibility, that you could take somebody else than the actual target. And the other question you want to ask is who would benefit from this, and who is going to gain from this? Obviously, whoever took her. We know she was taken because she's not present, but the motive for that is very curious. I think if they could get the motive, you'd have more to go on. But right now we don't. And there is that Bitcoin thing came up. We do know that. And so it's got to be someone that knows something about Bitcoins, right? It isn't some 84-year-old person trying to abduct her for some other reason. So money has to come in at some level, how primary it is, we don't know. Unless it was staged, to throw everybody off.
What do you mean by that, staged?
for people to think that there was a motive like that. And it would still have to come from somebody that was involved, I think. But you don't have to accept that. It could just be someone. Law enforcement will always tell you that they get all kinds of tips when there's any type of a case like this. Hundreds of tips, they say. So you want to be real careful that they accurately are classifying the tips.
Right, makes sense. When you said that she may not, I think you said she may not have been the target. They may have taken her to get to someone else.
Right.
I haven't heard much about that theory. What do you mean by that?
Well, who in her orbit, let's call it that could be family, could be friends, would be hurt the most? And I think you can answer that. You don't have to, but there's something could have come up there that we don't know about, and that's up to people in her orbit to kind of figure out. Because it's a very mean, angry, horrible thing to do. And then if it goes wrong, which obviously it did, I think, it doesn't make sense that she would be a target to do more than abduct her.
Yeah, it really is so perplexing. The person or the people, seems like it would probably take more than one person to pull all this off.
Absolutely.
That have still been able to evade capture. There's the $1 million reward now. What do you think it will take? I mean, you've studied the minds. I mean, is there any guilt there that would eventually set in, or could it be the desire for the money that someone finally gives into?
See, I don't think, it could be, of course, but I don't think it is. I think there's something else operating here. $1 million, people, that's not a small sum. So as the money goes up, but it doesn't seem to have attracted anybody, any further information. I think you want to look at it from that standpoint. Nothing. Zitch.
Yeah. So when you say something further going on, what do you mean? I feel like there's something you're not saying, sort of.
Is there retaliation? Is there revenge? Is it you want to go down that line of possible motives, and that this is some way of getting even or whatever? I'm just listing them. It's not that I think that it's any one of those, but those would be possible motives. I mean, we usually do that anytime we're profiling and trying to go after motive. Look at all of the possible motives and then start to narrow it down.
Do you think there's a possibility, and the sheriff has said yes to this question, but didn't really explain why. Do you think there's a possibility who did this could reoffend, could do this again?
I'm not convinced that will happen if you follow the logic that it's something else. If it's what we call a personal cause. In other words, only to that person does it have meaning. So it's not like you have a serial offender that he's going to go out and do this to someone else. He could, of course, I'd answer yes, he could, but it is someone that does hold a grudge. I mean, we're seeing some of these. Look at the last two cases that have been solved and how long the grudge went. Remember the Brown University case?
Yeah.
And the poor professor up here in Massachusetts was murdered. And then there was one other case I'm trying to think of the Tethy case, the husband-wife.
Yes.
Those are years, 8-10 years. That's a long time. You like to think that people that hold grudges or are paranoid or whatever, that it kind of wears itself out, but not in those two cases, it didn't.
Yeah, that's a good point, because the Brown professor hadn't even interacted with that man for years and years. So I guess if the FBI, if they're hitting dead ends on things right now, they have to go back. I hadn't thought about this. They could have to go back a decade.
They are. Absolutely. That's why legacy cases are very important. Very important. That's one of the first things you do when you have a case like you're looking at now is, where has it happened before? And look what they've come up with. It's been the baby cases. It's been the Lindbergh case. Of course, that was money. But look at how bold that was. That's a pretty bold one back in 1932. that they put a ladder up and go up and the family is home and they still get away with it, or at least they don't get away with it per se, but they get the baby out. Let me put it that way. What are the other ones? There are a couple others that they've had in the news since this case.
A lot of people think the reason that this case has been so popular, I guess maybe that's not the right word, but people are so invested in it is because of Savannah Guthrie, the daughter. But I also think it's because so many of us with aging parents or grandparents, like this is our worst nightmare. You're always a little concerned, like your mom doesn't want to move into a retirement home and you're trying to give her independence, but you're always just a little bit worried at all times that someone's going to take advantage. Like even with the scam phone calls, and it just seems like it comes at older people from every direction now. How do you think that plays into this?
Well, I think you raise a very interesting point. That could be a motive. Pay more attention to our elders. So look at what can happen. You could have somebody that had an experience. I will always say they have to have had some genesis, if you will, of that. Did they lose an elder parent? Are they angry that nothing was done to help that? And that could stimulate or activate some. So I think you have identified another possible motive that's as remote as the one I gave.
Yeah, well, to take an 84-year-old like that, I guess you could be trying to send some kind of message.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's so unusual.
And it has been. I'm not saying that's a positive of this, but it is something people have talked about and have thinking about. How are we handling our aging family members?
Yeah. I've certainly thought a lot about it just from covering it. Has there been, and I think you teach a class on this, you did teach a class on this, has there been an increase in elder abuse? I mean, is that something that we're seeing more of in America?
Yes. And that was raised in one of the, I know where I've had now over 100 cases of nursing home sexual abuse. Now my area is more sexual abuse, but it is something that is happening. And you would think that there'd be enough people out there saying, good grief, this is horrible. But they're not. When you get into these cases, they will try to cover up the cases. Well, the nursing homes will. But there are people that, and it isn't just peers, in other words, you can always have a resident, but the staff, you would say, well, why people find that hard that a 84-year-old or an 85-year-old might be still sexually attractive to somebody. It is if it's what we call a paraphilia, if that's their fetish. So you have to understand it from that standpoint, just as children are. So that isn't the most unheard of to have asked that question. And I think one person did ask me that. And I'd have to say, but that's not the way those cases happen, is what I said. I never knew someone to be abducted and then used sexually, as you might have with a pedophile, with a person interested in children.
So they would have, and I hate to even talk about this, thinking about like a grandma, but it's life. I mean, so if it was sexually motivated, you think they would have just done that in the house, but not taken her away? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and the way, there is elder pornography. So you have to realize that there are people out there interested in the older person sexually, or they wouldn't have the pornography.
Interesting. Disturbing to think about it.
I know.
In all those cases that you had in nursing homes, it's like, again, I think this is something that is buried within a lot of us being worried about our parents and grandparents. And like all of this just makes you think about that,
Sure, absolutely.
Back to what you were saying about the vengeance motive, possibly someone, I guess, would it be someone maybe angry at Savannah that would do this?
Could be. It could be. I am sure that law enforcement talked with her about that. Has she had any kind of, over the years, it wouldn't have to be just recent, but over the years, did she ever get any bad letters or anything along that line that would indicate that she, because a lot of people in high profile get them. And it could be someone that's just, not, has the situation all wrong. But that's why people have to be careful. They have bodyguards or they have surveillance or, whatever.
Do you think the ransom notes, or at least some of them, are real?
Well, the only one that seemed real, because it was, I think, contained in an affidavit, was the Bitcoin, where it was actually mentioned.
Yeah.
Rather than, oh, I want $1 million or something like that. So I hope that they went over that carefully.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the strange thing is there was never really a proof of life, or when I think of ransom notes, I would think there'd be more detail there.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And that's why I don't think they paid attention. You have to have proof of life. People aren't just going to fall for a letter saying, turn over your money.
Do you think this will be solved based on everything you know and everything you know about what goes on behind the scenes with the FBI?
I do think it will be solved at some point. Now, how soon, I don't know. These can go on a long time. But I think it will at some point because, as I said, I think that more than one person was involved. And if that time runs out, I think we have to assume that to get her out of the house, especially since her daughter said that she was having trouble walking, so she's, I don't know that she used a walker or anything. We don't have that kind of information, which would be helpful, and I don't think would compromise the investigation.
So you think they should release more? Is that right?
Yes, at least to a certain group. They could go to an outer circle. I know they must have an inner circle. Why can't they go to a group that really does this? I know that I'm surprised that maybe they have. I don't know if the FBI certainly always has the BSU, the Behavioral Science Unit, where they do the profiling. I would hope that somebody had been consulted there.
Let me just stop it right there because I want to say something to Dan really quick. I like what you just said. You said, I suppose it's a psychological hook, I guess, because you had said that you had a teacher named Miss Guthrie and you really didn't like her in the 3rd grade. And then Shannon wanted to know, so you're following a case because of a name. And you said, I suppose it's a psychological hook, I guess. And I think that's very honest. And there's nothing that I don't appreciate more. Even if I don't agree with you, I appreciate honesty. And what strikes me even more than that is that you just said, yes, indeed, I do have issues. Wow. I think you're an honest person just from all of that. And look, I haven't always been right about people, believe you me. I lead with my heart, not with my head. And just by you saying those two things at the end of some of the what may have felt like grilling and what could have been grilling that you took, that you were able to say, look, I live in the dark side sometimes, and there are some issues I have, and maybe that's why I see things the way that I see, and why I present my words the way that I present them. Because I'm going to tell you, people talk and think from experience, right? I'm not a politically correct person. I can be very abrasive and tactless, and and it's not that I mean to be that way. It's really, it comes from a place of abuse. I was not like this my whole life. I was very, very shy and very I kept all my opinions to myself. I never thought for myself. I was in a very really abusive relationship for a long time, and it shaped who I became after I left that relationship. And I realized that, yes, I am the way that I am now because of that relationship. Meaning, I remember when I left that relationship, when I walked away from 17 years of marriage, I was still married a year after I left, but I lived in the marriage for 17 years. I remember exactly where I was, exactly what I was doing when I said to myself, nobody will ever treat me like that again, and I will always get somebody before they will ever get me. So because of that, I built up this wall. I became more of a towards myself, not towards anybody else. Very cynical. Like when people give me a compliment, I struggle because I always think they want something from me for the compliment, because that's the way it was in my marriage, right? I struggle to believe people when they say, "Oh, Lainey, you know, you're so good at this, and we love you," and that's those things are very hard, and I don't know what to say about them. I struggle with that stuff, and I know where it comes from. But I do daily try to work on those things as well. Politically correct. Oh my goodness, that is the hardest thing in the world. You don't understand how much of a struggle it is not to sit here and just say exactly how I would say it in my everyday life to you guys, because I don't want to be offensive to people, right? I understand we all come from different walks of life, and we're all triggered differently, and everybody, you know, so I consciously try to look out after everybody else, but sometimes I'm not successful with it, and it just fucking comes out, and there's nothing I can do about it but say, "Excuse me, that came out of my mouth. Let me just pick that up off the floor. Don't step in it." And that's the truth. That's who I am. So when I'm a very, very honest person, and I think, I like to think, maybe I'm wrong, but I like to think I can tell when someone's being honest. And the first thing I see that I'm learning about people's honesty is when they're able to look like an ass in the beginning and then say, "You guys are right. You found me out. Like, here's the deal." You know, like maybe I do have some psychological blocks because of what I've been through. You know what I mean? But at the same time, you're not using it as a crutch, because I don't use my shit as a crutch. I'm very honest about it, you know, and when I say that is because there have been times I've said stuff even on here and I've offended people, and I didn't mean to offend them at all. And then probably went a little bit too far with it because I ended up getting pissed off. And I don't know. I never said, "Oh, the reason why I did that though is because I've been abused and it's who I am now." I don't say that. I just say, "Look, I'm wrong." Just like what you just did, Dan. You were just like, "Yeah, I probably got some of this going on and stuff. That's probably why I come off like that." And you know, so I want to say I appreciate you for that. I really, really do. And I understand we're all different. We all are different, and we all are products of our environment. I will be the first person to say that, but I will always back it up by, we don't have to be prisoner to it. And for some of us, that for most of our life, we were in that really, really bad cycle, that it changed who we are, and it changed for the good and the bad, but sometimes some of the bad took over more. We know that for people like us, it is an everyday, consistent, conscience decision to A, not be hurt again, but B, also not be a prisoner to that and not use it as an excuse. You know what I mean? Because I could try to excuse all my bad behaviors on, "Oh, well, guys, this happened and that happened, and that's just the way it is," you know. But no, I'm responsible for my own actions. And I probably will never get it right, ever. But it won't be because I didn't try. A good night, Dawn. Thank you for coming in, honey. And that's all we can do. That's all we can do is just keep trying. And I see that in you, Dan. And I want to say 100% thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm glad you're here. I am glad you're here. I feel like we can learn, maybe not anything about Nancy Guthrie, but we can definitely learn from each other and each other's life experiences and things like that, and find stuff in each other that we might just struggle with ourselves. And for me, Dan, that's why I was like, wait a minute, what do you mean you won't come on this panel because you're too dark? You don't know me, and you don't know how dark I can be. I can be pretty dark. A lot of it is for shock value. A lot of it is just fucking funny. But I have that dark side, and there's very few people that see it. But we're all a work in progress. So I don't judge you. I don't dislike you. I hope you come back. And if you need someone just to hang out with, you don't have to have the same opinion. The only thing that I was trying to say to you in the beginning was that, something I'm not even good at all the time, which is reading the room. I try to read the room and always worry about how I present things. And it's different because you can hear my voice. I can't hear yours. That becomes different too. Because you may just be talking as calmly as I am, but in your words, in your type, I was seeing some just disrespect, to be honest. So, but now I think I understand it, and I could be hearing it wrong. You know what I mean? So if I did, I apologize for that. Sincerely, I do. And you're welcome here. And, we'll just do our best to respect each other and understand that whatever I believe in this case or anything else in life doesn't make me an idiot. And whatever you believe on this case or anything else in life doesn't make you an idiot. Some of the things that we think can be idiotic. But if it's in the realm of possibility, let's entertain it because let's just face it, until we see this case go to court, or they start dropping the court documents and all of the reports from the police, we're not going to know the truth anyways. So that's right. Darlene is going back in the bushes. Love you so much, girlfriend. True, unfortunately, we live in a world filled with deception. We all deep down want to be deceived and believe this world is full of roses. And I would like to give that to everyone. Deep down, we want to be deceived. I don't want to be deceived. I know. I love truth and nothing but the truth, no matter how painful it is. I want the truth at all times. In fact, anybody will tell you, my biggest thing that bothers me the most out of anybody is to be lied to. And I don't care if it's that you dropped the napkin on the floor or you stole whatever money I had in the bank, right? It all rings the same to me. A thief is a thief. And they're liars. And I don't deal with liars. It's very unique to be talked to, but not able to respond. And that's why I wanted to give you a chance to come up on panel. And this is how I talk on panel. Just like you hear me now, this is my voice. And there's been many times that people come in and chat and I didn't understand them, but I wanted to understand them. And I wanted to give them a chance to be heard and understood, especially when the chat is so like, wait a second, like, like we're not understanding you. We don't like your vibe. We feel like you're being disrespectful. I feel like usually people that really are trying to be disrespectful, they leave. The ones that aren't trying to be disrespectful will stay and keep putting words out there in hopes to be heard. So that's why I invited you to come up on panel, because I believe that people should be heard. And that's why I asked you. But I'm not gonna, I wouldn't force anybody to come up and talk to me up here. If you think you can get your point across down there, then you do your thing. You do your thing. But if you feel like you're not being heard and you're being misunderstood, then absolutely come on up here and listen. I'm not going to blast you for it. Don't come up here hailing Hitler and praising the devil, because if you start doing that, I mean, my righteous indignation is going to have to throw holy water on you and get you off my panel out of here quick, because I don't need none of that hibby jibby on me. But anything else? I mean, why not? So just let me know if you feel like it. The opportunity is open until I close this out. Be happy to talk to you. Love that. All right, let's finish this up, and then we'll finish this up.
You mentioned how you work with the victims a lot, kind of on the other side of this. Everybody's thinking of Savannah Guthrie, and she just went back to work. Everybody saw her back on the Today Show. How hard is it, and how do you try to move on with your life when something is so unsettled and not solved? And also, I've thought about, even with her, I wonder if she even fears for her own safety, not knowing who this person is and what the motive was.
I would assume she has added to her security, yes. And you don't move on. There's a part of you that will just look at how many unsolved cases we have. I mean, there are only about half, if that, get solved. Even homicide cases where you have a lot of evidence, it's very hard to solve. So I think that it is to the advantage, unfortunately, of whomever is involved in this. That I'd like to. That's why you really want to have it solved, so that they don't think they can just get away with it. And the possibility that it is a serial offender, we never can say for certain that it is or is not.
But for Savannah, or for people who, like, when you talk to victims and it's unresolved, the person has not been caught, how do you deal with that day to day?
Well, what we suggest is that people talk with other people that are in the same boat. That helps a little bit. And so we set up virtual groups so they can talk about it, and then they can become involved in each other's search. And even if you solve one, it helps the whole group. So that's kind of where we're at with that. You can't just sit and think about it yourself. You really have to share the anxiety and the angst that there is. And those groups do sometimes come up with solutions. They find what works. That's important in any kind of traumatic experience, is what works, what helped the person move on. And that's what a group can do for each other.
Vaginal suppositories.
Never out of 10. It's like putting chapstick on your forehead and hoping that it reaches your lips.
Douching.
Negative 20 out of 10. Douching destroys your vagina's healthy microbiome, and it actually flushes bacteria up into your pelvis.
Scented panty liners.
0 out of 10.
Perfume.
0 out of 10.
Body powder.
Body powders are a 3 out of 10. Some are better than others.
Bar soap.
And there was something else I wanted to ask you while I had you here. It doesn't have to do with Nancy Guthrie, but I don't know if you've been following Rex Heuermann, the Gilgo Beach, actually
Yes.
up in your part of the country. You're not too far from there, but he agreed as part of his plea deal to work with the FBI profilers to essentially be studied.
Yes.
And since you worked in that unit, how does that work? I mean, will they just visit him regularly in jail? Like, what does that look like?
Well, a lot of it's going to be the methodology to answer your questions. Well, it's not going to be one, I would hope it's not one meeting, that you really have to have 1 or 2 people that set up and develop a relationship so that he will open up. Because you can't assume that he's going to give all the information. And so that will work over time. And I would hope they would have some kind of a schedule, so that there is time for him to think about, maybe getting the questions ahead of time, so that he can think about them, just a few, and work it that way. I suspect is how they're going to do it. And they'll probably, I would hope, videotape it so that it could be shown to others, so that you don't have to have him talking just to this whole big group, that it would be more more select in who goes. And you're also going to want to have somebody that has done enough of these before. That will be important, which I'm sure, you know, they certainly have agents there who have done this. So it's not going to be hard for them to find someone that has some kind of somebody that has talked with serial killers. You're going to have that, because he's got at least 8. We probably sure he's got more. I mean, my opinion is he's got more, but at least he's admitted to 8.
I've seen some comment that they don't like that in terms of him being interviewed and studied, because people think that that's just the attention that he wanted, that it will give him some kind of satisfaction.
Well, it will. So, I mean, how else are you going to get the information? I mean, I know how the agents, when they were doing this back in the 80s and 90s, that was one of the hooks to get them, so that they had the FBI coming in to talk to them. That's a big deal, blah, 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 that kind of thing. They were revered, if you will, in prison, not in any way, and of course they're not revered, if you will, in the public's eye. So that did give them something.
I guess you use that to your advantage, I guess, when you work.
Yeah, it's a negotiation. Both sides have to get something.
The other thing I thought of when this deal came down with Huerman is I had covered the Brian Kohberger case extensively, and I was wondering, I wonder why they didn't do that with Kohberger, because there's still so many questions out there about why he did what he did.
I do too. I'm with you. They should have.
I guess they could have required it, right, for him to get.
That's right. I think that's what they did with Huerman.
Yeah.
Didn't they say, yeah, we will, we'll agree to you pleading guilty if you will answer, talk with our agent? Sure.
Yeah, it was kind of disappointing that they didn't also do that with Kohberger.
No, it's curious that they didn't. Yeah.
I really appreciate Dr. Burgess for taking the time to talk with me. Again, just like I've known about her for a long time, and I watched the show Mindhunter, so it was a privilege to get the time to speak with her. And again, day 69, just hope someone will come forward who knows something about what happened to Nancy. The number I've told you guys before, 1-800-CALL FBI. And I still believe that we're going to get a resolution soon. You heard Dr. Burgess say she believes that the case will eventually be solved. It's just a matter of
he's
when.
got to pee.
I hope everybody has a good weekend. Appreciate you guys for following along with me this week. And I'll talk to you guys later.
Bye, Brian. We love you so much, Brian. The pee walk, y'all. Telling you, I didn't know men did it too. I would have thought you would have squeezed your gonads together. Anyways, see, inappropriateness. Y'all, it has been a great live. I appreciate you guys so much for being here. I hope you got something out of something. I don't know. But I hope you did. It's been 4 hours, so I think I'm gonna just let everybody go do what it is that you do in your own life. How about that? Thank you so much I can't believe this is a Friday night and so many people came in and hung out. I mean, who knew? I don't know what else to say, but just thank you. I'm blown away. I'm blown away. So, listen, I will see you guys on the next one. Y'all be good. I hope you found something that will make you chew on for just a minute, chew on it, figure it out. Maybe you'll obsessive think like I do. That's always great fun. All right, y'all have a good night, a good day, a good evening, wherever you're at, and y'all be good or be good at it. And we'll see you next time. Bye, guys.